Good evening and welcome. This is the November 9th, 2022 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses including planned developments, zoning relief and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo and Commissioner Cullen are absent this evening. Commissioner Halleck. Here. Commissioner Hugo. Commissioner Hugo is absent. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Lindwall.
Here.
Commissioner Miranchev.
Here.
Commissioner Pucktell.
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg. Here. And Chair Rogers.
Present. With 6 members present, we do have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff are Planner Katie Ashbaugh, Assistant City Attorney Brian George, Zoning Administrator Melissa Klotz, Planning Manager Liz Williams, and Planner Cade Sterling. Sarah's also sitting off in the corner, but I want to. Interim Community Development Director Sarah Flax is also in the room. This is a formal hearing and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time, so all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. Commissioners may ask questions at any time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. After that, persons wishing to make a statement regarding the matter will have a chance to do so. Any person with a legal interest in property located within defined notification requirements of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the commission will close the record and begin deliberations to consider the standards. The commission will make formal findings of fact based on testimony and evidence presented, guided by the standards, the commissioner's knowledge of the community, and the recommendations of staff. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and the corresponding staff memorandum. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the public comment sheet. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you may be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. We have 3 items on the agenda this evening. I just want to take a roll call to see who all is here. Is the applicant for 321 Howard Street present? Thank you. For 1453 Maple Avenue? Thank you. And for 1603 Orrington Avenue? Thank you. At this point, I will ask anybody who may be making any testimony to us this evening to please be sworn by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to, actually, I see Commissioner Johnson is joining us, so I will note for the record that Commissioner Johnson is joining us at this point. First item we have on our business this evening is the approval of the minutes for October 26th meeting. Has everyone had a chance to read through theirs, and is there a motion to approve them?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes, although I do have a minor correction.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Lindwall. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Westerberg. And Commissioner Lindwall, you said you have a
very minor correction on page 8 of the minutes under A. I just want to make a punctuation thing, so it would read, the practical difficulty must not be self-created, and in this case it is, period, and then start therefore with a capital T. Just to make sure it's crystal clear that that's the case.
All right, thank you. Any other edits to the minutes from October 26th? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the minutes for October 26, 2022, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone need to abstain because they were not here? So with that, there are 7 votes in favor, and the minutes are approved. The first item that we do have on the agenda this evening is a matter of old business, which is a special permit, or a special use permit for 321 Howard Street, 22 ZMJV 0073, and I would ask that that please be read into the record.
Public hearing for a special use permit, 321 Howard Street, case 22ZMJV-0073. Jamal El-Halali, lessee, requests a special use permit for a convenience store to sell food, beverages, and tobacco products in the B3 zoning district in accordance with zoning code section 6-9-4-3. The Land Use Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council, the determining body for this case, in accordance with section 6-3-5-8 of the Evanston Zoning Code and ordinance 92-0-21. And this is continued from October 12th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Ashbaugh. At this point, Mr. Alahali, if you would like to please come up to the microphone. Okay, that's fine, yes. So if you'd please come up to the microphone and give us your name and address for the record.
Attorney Tom Lucas, 303 Root Street, Park Ridge, Illinois, 60068.
Thank you. And if you'd please tell us about your proposal.
My name is Tom Lucas. I'm the attorney for the applicant today. With regard to the applicant, a little bit of background. He has been in the grocery business for over 24 years with no issues. He's at various locations in the city of Chicago and surrounding areas. With regard to the subject property, 321 Howard, he's to open up a grocery store with deli. He'll be selling consumer goods, chips, soda, candy, cheeses, fruits and vegetables, deli sliced meats, and preparing cold sandwiches for sale, as well as tobacco products. The tobacco products will not comprise more than 50% of the total sales of the store, and will be located behind glass and also behind the counter. He'll make sure his staff is trained to not allow for underage sales and not violate the municipal ordinance regarding tobacco. He will not allow loitering in front of the store and will have an employee regularly do garbage pickup. He wants to be a good neighbor, as he would like to operate in the city for a very long time. With that being said, we ask that the special use application be approved.
Thank you. We received a new floor plan, which was just handed out to us right before the meeting. And I'm trying to do a quick little, but maybe it'll be easier if you just tell me what has changed on the floor plan.
The only thing that changed was on the right corner where it says glass shelves, all the way at the end, it just added, that's where the tobacco will be. They added the words glass shelves and then of tobacco.
And when you say glass shelves, is that like a case?
It'll be a case, and then it'll be behind the counter, and there'll be glass separating the customers from the tobacco.
Okay, because it's right by the front door, so that's why I just wanted to make sure. Or, yeah. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Halleck?
Yeah, this is it's a question. The 8 recommendations from DAPR, you mentioned 1 or 2 of them. Are you willing to comply with all of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Westerberg?
This is actually a question for staff regarding the limitation of less than half of the store's products can be tobacco products. How does the city check on that and monitor that?
Typically, we are complaint-based. However, we could spot check and monitor. Largely, we are looking to make sure that things that are on the shelves are behind the counter as required, and largely eyeballing that it is not over 50%, which would change the use to a smoke shop.
Also, if I may add, if you can tell sort of by the floor plan, there's not going to be, maybe there's 10% of the square footage of the store is tobacco related.
Just to get it on the record, I know lots of this information was in the packet, but just to confirm, what are the proposed hours of operation for the store?
7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And that's 7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay. And the number of employees that you're anticipating would be in the store at any one time?
3.
And is there parking for those employees, or where will they park? Or will they take public transit since it's near a Howard L stop?
Most will take public transport from what my client told me.
Okay. And you mentioned that you are familiar with the city's litter collection plan, that you're responsible for policing within 250 feet of your property, whether it's your trash or someone else's trash, just to keep the area clean. And I know we mentioned the 8 conditions that Dapper had done, I'm sorry. And I just kind of want to get those in the record, so when we go to make the motion on this, we're aware of what we're all talking about. The first one being that the cashier is located at the front of the store. Tobacco sales shall not exceed 50% of total sales or floor display. Storefront window obstruction is restricted to the height of 3 feet above the grade. That any deliverables must be done in the alley. That a refuse receptacle is to be placed near the cashier and is to be accessible to customers. That litter in front and rear of the store is to be cleaned up by the store owner. Hours of operation limited to the times we discussed, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. And that prior to a certificate of occupancy issuance, a floor plan be provided that shows the tobacco products behind sales counter, which is what we received this evening. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
How is your clientele? Most of them will be pedestrians. How will you deal with, like let's say, some cars stopping and then going? You have a bicycle alley in front of it. How will you prevent accidents?
We won't allow any loitering in front of the store. We anticipate most of the customers will be pedestrian. And there's some parking, I believe, in the front of the store. But we don't anticipate any, as far as causing any accidents. It's a small store. I don't see any like a congestion occurring as a result of the store opening.
Thank you.
Other questions? If not, I'll ask if there is anybody else here who wished to speak to this matter. I don't see anyone signed up. So Mr. Lucas, is there anything you would like to say in summation before we close the record and go into deliberation?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we will go, close our record and go into deliberation. Again, we are a recommending body for this particular item. Since it is a special use permit, City Council will be the final determining body. General thoughts from commissioners, I would say based on comments and questions, there don't seem to be major concerns with this project. Is there anything anybody would like to add before I go through the standards? Okay. With that, we do have a set of standards that we must find are met in order to make a positive recommendation. There are 9 of them. The first one is that it is one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance. This is the B3 Business District, and a convenience store is one of the special uses that is listed in that area. Number 2, it complies with the purposes and policies of the Comprehensive General Plan and Zoning Ordinance. We do try to repurpose and keep our business districts occupied and active. As someone who lives not far from this area, I know that there have been times where this particular block has struggled to get some businesses in there. And so I'm happy to see something making a go of it there. And because of the foot traffic there, I think it will also be easily accessible to the public. So I believe that standard is met. Number 3, it does not cause a negative cumulative effect in combination with existing special uses as a category of land use. There's very limited opportunity, I think, for this to create interference with other special uses in the area. This is a commercial area, not a residential area. And so I anticipate that this would be a good fit for this particular location. Number 4, it does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. As I mentioned before, this is a vacant storefront, and there have been some difficulty in getting long-term occupants in these storefronts. We don't have anybody showing up to object to this particular property, so I believe that this standard is met. Number 5, it can be adequately served by public facilities and services. This is an area that has sidewalks, bus lanes, or not bus lanes, but bus traffic, bike lanes, and so I believe that everything could be met. This is not something that's going to place a huge strain on the city's facilities and services, so that standard is met. Number 6, it does not cause undue traffic congestion. There was a question from Commissioner Miranchev to this effect. Again, having been in this area quite frequently, you get the occasional car that stops in the area, but there is no parking directly in front of this building, if I remember correctly. But I do believe that they will rely heavily on pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic, so I don't believe that will be a problem. Number 7, it preserves significant historical architectural resources. I don't think that this building has any specific architectural or historical protections. I will say that it is a very nice building with a terracotta facade. It's been around for a while, and so it's nice again to see something going in there. That standard is met. Number 8, it preserves significant natural and environmental features. This is a commercial area where basically things run lot line to lot line. There is no real natural or environmental features that could be protected under this. And number 9, it complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent such regulations have been modified through plan development or grant of a variation. I have no reason to believe that this applicant would not meet any licensing that would be required by the city to have a convenience store, and therefore I believe that standard is also met. Is everyone in agreement with my finding on standards?
Yes.
With that, I will ask if there is a motion, again, paying particular attention to the 8 conditions that were listed under the DAPR discussion.
I will recommend that the Land Use Commission recommends that City Council grants special use for 321 Howard Street, subject to the 8 conditions proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Lindwall and seconded by Putel. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, would you like to call the roll?
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Miranchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Puctel?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
And Chair Rogers.
Yes. With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 against, we will be sending a positive recommendation to City Council, and you can work with city staff to find out exactly when you will appear on their calendar for P&D and for final approval. Thank you and good luck with your project. We will now move on to the second case of the evening, which is 1453 Maple Avenue, 22 ZMJV 0067. Mr. Sterling, are you my lead on this one? All right, if you please read it into the record for me.
Majewski Architects applicant requests the following major variations from the Evanston zoning ordinance to allow adaptive use to multifamily residential in the R6 General Residential District. 24 dwelling units where 14 are permitted, code section 6884, a rear yard setback of 0 feet where 25 feet is required, and 7.5 feet is the existing legally non-conforming condition, code section 6887, and 10 leased off-street parking spaces or a parking ratio of 0.275 per bed, where 19 spaces or a ratio of 0.55 per bed is required, code section 61635, table 16B. The Land Use Commission makes a recommendation to City Council, the determining body for this case, in accordance with section 63813 and ordinance 92021.
Thank you, Mr. Sterling. With that, I will ask if the applicant would like to come up. I don't know who's presenting. And if you would just please give us your name and address for the record.
Adam Bro and Michael Krakowski.
Address is 400 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago 60601.
Thank you. And if you would please tell us about your proposed project.
Sure. Do I have any sort of control over this? Sorry, it's kind of all over. Kind of skipping around when I. Oh, sorry, scroll all the way up.
I'm not.
Okay, here we are.
Am I able to?
Ready? Okay.
Okay. I was going to see if I could do full screen for you, but I think that's, sorry.
All right. All right, so here's our project at 1453 Maple Avenue. It's the Masonic Temple building. Many of you are, I'm sure all of you are aware of the building because it's an important cultural building in the neighborhood. It's got a, built originally by a prominent architect, large masonry building, very sort of iconic in the area. It's a local landmark of Evanston. It is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, and like I mentioned, the very prominent architect there, Halliburton Roche, in 1926. Importantly, this is a property that has been located within Evanston's transit-oriented development area, and as we mentioned before, in the R6 district. Okay, so the building's primary facades, as you see on the top there, are the western and front facade, and then the south facade, which you see there on the right at the top. Some important features of the building are, obviously the masonry detailing, these very tall double casement wood windows, some ornamentation on the south, on both primary facades really, which we'll be talking about. And other facades, the one on the top left there is the north facade, which I'm kind of in the courtyard as I'm taking this photo here, but it is visible from the street, though not quite as visible. So it's kind of more like I'm in the street on the top right image there. The alley facade on the east, which you see on the bottom.
Mr. Burrow, I'm going to interrupt you for a second and just ask you if you could speak a little louder and into the microphone. They aren't picking you up on the recording. Thank you.
All right, I trust this is better.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so on the bottom we have our a couple of images of our east facade, which is the alley facade, and we're kind of getting cut off there at the bottom, I suppose. But there is a I wanted to point out on the on the alley side there, there's kind of a bulkhead from the basement that protrudes above grade, and I'm going to be talking to you about how we're going to address that in a bit. I'm no longer able to switch slides. All right, great. Okay, so the building is an adaptive reuse to residential, and so much of the interior is being changed for units or amenity areas. However, we just wanted to point out that we wanted to preserve this entry experience, the historical lobby. We're going to preserve it just as you see it now. All the materials refurbished or refinished. And so you'll enter into this lobby before you either, in our corridor or the elevator get up to a unit. Okay, so just a general description. This is an adaptive use into residential. There is an additional volume that we're adding only to the rear of the building, and that's just to deal with trash disposal. There is an addition of a wheelchair lift to provide accessibility on the western front facade. And, these old historic windows are going to be replaced in kind to wood windows. And there are a couple of new windows as well. Yeah. Okay, all right, let's go through our variations. We were asking for 3 variations, as Cade mentioned earlier. The first one is lot size, it's really about density of units. Because as you know, the allowable density of a site is a function of the lot size and is, sort of meant to be controlled in new construction by setbacks and the height of the building. Well, we've got a little bit of a unique situation here because of our building takes up much more of the site than a new building would be allowed to. And if we were to stick with what the city of Evanston would allow by right for our lot size in terms of unit density, we would just end up with units that are larger than what is typical for the market. They would end up being, expensive, and we just needed to make the building viable by creating units that are similar to what's in the market in the locality. And so we're asking Evanston to increase our units from 14 to 24, and then we're utilizing 3 affordable units from the housing ordinance, which gets us a bonus unit, a couple bonus units for every affordable unit, and that gets us to a total of 30 units. Most of the units are 1 bedroom, but there's a mix of different types, studios and 2 bedrooms and a 3-bedroom as well. And the affordable units are have a similar mix. I think there's a studio, 1 bedroom, and a 2-bedroom. All right, so in general, we're looking to really treat the building with a light touch on the exterior. We're not looking to add any additional volume to the top of the building or to add any sort of, extravagant or style mixing volumes. This is just about, we do have to add windows to get some light into some of the units, and so you'll see that we are putting some of those windows in place of some masonry detailing. Other than that, it's mostly replacing the windows in kind and sort of using that rhythm of the windows to lay out our demising walls for the units. Okay, so just a little information about our units. As I mentioned before, you sort of use the existing rhythm of that south facade to dictate the location of demising walls. But the units themselves, because especially, kind of kicked us off on this whenever we realized we got these big, tall, thin windows on the facade. It sort of lends itself, and also just the location of the existing floors lends itself to these loft-style units. We have a mezzanine, and the demising wall dimension is a little tight, but you get a little bit extra bedroom space up above. So generally, the units, I think they're about, for a 1-bedroom, I think the average is about 750 square feet. So yeah, and again, they're based on the local market. We expect many people in the residence to use transit. This is about people who want to live a walkable or bikeable or transit-oriented lifestyle. That's who we expect to be interested in these units. Okay, our second variation, the reduction of parking. Like I mentioned earlier, the building takes up a lot of the site. It's a big masonry building. It's really not feasible to put parking within the building, which we originally looked at, because of these heavy masonry walls. We would have to, completely restructure the building. And also, just to get a ramp down to the basement would take up a lot of space. It's just unfeasible. And of course, the site condition as well, there's just no space for cars. And so we will be locating parking off-site within 1,000 feet at the Holiday Inn. And we're asking for a reduction of parking from by half from, the requirement is 0.25 per bed. We're looking for 0.5. I'm sorry, the requirement is 0.55 per bed. We're looking for 0.25 per bed. And that yields us a total of 10 parking spaces. And then again, I was just mentioning those heavy masonry walls, and so just as a little support for that claim, you can see just the dimension that it would take for a single drive aisle with 90-degree parking. It's just wider than any direction, whether north or south of that big, masonry wall that makes up the spine of the building there. Okay, as mentioned before, this is part of the transit-oriented development district. And we're, it's part of our support for the increase in density, as well as that we expect many of our residents to meet their needs without a car. We think that's who's going to be, interested in this development. That's who this development is going to attract. And further, we put together a little, map showing how that's feasible, right? We show here transit options, biking, trains, within a 5 and 10 minute walk. We also sell grocery stores and different, things that people need to meet their daily needs. As you all know, the neighborhood's relatively dense already. It's kind of right next to the Dempster station there. And our building, like I said before, is going to be leasing the 10 parking spaces from the Holiday Inn. And I'm showing a door-to-door dimension here. It's less than 1,000 feet. I think the requirement is lot line to lot line. I just wanted to kind of drive home that it's really just a couple blocks away. I walked it the other day, it was very, very quick. All right, our third variation is about this rear setback. Now, as Kate mentioned before, we got an existing non-conforming condition. And I pointed out that basement protrusion earlier. That basement protrusion goes out to 0 lot line. And what we're doing there is we're going to cut most of that, section of the northeast part of that bulkhead down to grade level. It's going to allow some stacking in the trash. And then we're adding that volume there. That's just to contain our dumpsters and our recycling bins. And that's going to be, as Kate mentioned before, built out to 0 lot line. It's building right on top of that existing basement wall. All right, so just diagrammatically, as I was mentioning before, so here in the bottom right, you see that we're cutting that, those two images in the bottom showing a previous and proposed condition of that bulkhead from the basement, bringing it down to grade. Oh, I forgot to mention that our trash volume, it also includes means of egress from the second means of egress from the units. And that's that the white door that you see there. Okay, so just in terms of trash disposal capacity, multifamily development here in Evanston are going to have trash pickup twice a week. For 30 units, that comes out to 7.5 cubic yards of capacity for a week, which we use two cubic yard containers serviced twice a week. That's 8 cubic yards. Just a little backup about what's being stored. I think there are two cubic yard containers, dumpsters rather, and then a couple of 95-gallon recycling bins are also in that trash enclosure. Oh, and I'll mention that we have a compost bin there on the upper right of the drawing. Okay, I want to show you this image here. Oh, I guess it's hard to see, but in that basement bulkhead currently just houses a bunch of mechanical units, kind of a blight in the alley at the moment. So we're gonna have to redo all the mechanical, obviously. So we're relocating all that stuff to the roof. We're gonna be building a mechanical platform above the roof because we got a kind of a unique sloping situation there. And speaking with the neighborhood last week, there was some concerns about the noise about the mechanical equipment. So. And we really took that in, tried to react, and we're now screening. I think this is different from the previous presentation that you saw, but we're now screening all the mechanical units on all 4 sides. Okay, and then another little piece of development here on the northwest corner of the site on the front elevation. We've got to provide accessibility, access to the building, and originally, we kind of were kicking around this idea about not touching the front facade at all, just to avoid any, changes to the historic nature of it. And so we were looking at the alley as a potential entrance, but, in the end, we came to realize that it just didn't feel fair to have to enter from the alley. And in the interest of equality, we went and had to move the wheelchair lift back on the front. And sort of a condition that came out of our meeting with Landmark was that we're going to investigate screening or some other way to bring back the symmetry of the front facade. So whether that be through screening or some other way, we're committed to be investigating that with staff moving forward. Okay, so here on our south facade, which is the larger elevation here on the right, those masonry reliefs that have a wreath detail in them those square shapes are being replaced with double casement windows, very similar to what you see on the front and underneath those windows and the existing historic windows. All of the existing historic windows in this facade are also being replaced in kind with wood windows, insulated wood windows. The front facade, there are no new windows, just replacing in kind the windows there, and also refurbishing the door and various other details, including the landing of the stair, cleaning masonry, refurbishing all the electrical lighting, etc. And then here on a rear facade, here on the left, you see that's our trash volume. Our rear elevation, we are both replacing in kind and adding new windows. And in the locations where we're removing windows, there are also locations like in the center there, where there was a historic window and it's just going to be matched with limestone masonry. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention our north facade there. On our north facade, we see it as an opportunity to get some light and air and a little inset balcony to some of these units. Because on the north facade, we do have a bunch of windows, but they're going to be inoperable because that wall is at zero lot line. And so we've gone ahead and introduced the inset balconies that have operable windows. They're like 6 feet inset, I believe. And that's the shapes you see with the X through them, of course, and the windows are rendered in a blue shade. Okay, and we don't expect any issues meeting the 7 ES BMIR items from the Green Building Ordinance. We just listed 7 here that we are targeting currently. This, may change 1 or 2 items in the future, but speaking with our mechanical and electrical consultants, I don't think we have any problem meeting all of these 7 here. Okay, and that's all, but we just like to kind of go to one of these units with the inset balconies that you can see on the north side here. Previous meetings, we had some questions just about what was happening on that facade. So just want to give everybody a chance to see on the floor plan over on the north side how those inset balconies kind of pull away from the facade and give the residents a chance to get some air. Okay, that's all for me.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bro? Commissioner Halleck?
Yeah, I had my first question is for staff. Could you explain clearly the what is landmarked in this on this building? The facade is one, but what about the interior? Is that part of the landmarking or not?
No, our code doesn't cover any interior for any landmark designation.
So it's a true statement to say that interior is not landmarked.
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's not like City of Chicago that covers public-facing.
I just want to be clear on that because there's a lot of comments about saving the more of the interior. I had a couple other questions. One of them, we've reviewed a lot of projects in the past several months or a couple of years that haven't gone forward, and I just wondered if you knew the status of financing for this project, and when you go through the approvals and building permit and all that, will it be, as far as you know, financing is all in place or not?
Would you mind if I invite Gary up here to talk a little about it? He's a part of the ownership team.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Gary Stoltz, 1200 North Branch, Chicago, Illinois. Financing is not yet secured. We're working through final pricing, and we anticipate another 4 to 5 months of the entitlement process. So, and then a permitting process. So for us, we feel like we have a pretty good understanding right now of the project economics, but we have not even pursued financing yet.
Not at all. Okay.
Pardon me? We own the building outright, and it is, we do not, yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we bought the building outright.
Okay. My last question is a big one. I personally I think you did a great job on the punched openings on the facade. They're nice and uniform and rhythmic, and they look great. And I think generally it's a good idea to restore buildings like this. So I have no issue with the number of units or that. What I have an issue with is it's not one of the variances you're asking for, but it's the handicapped or accessible lift that's in the front. Frankly, I think it's an eyesore. I mean, so I've gone out to the site and I've looked at this and I've looked at your plans, and not as carefully as you have, but I have 2 questions. One of them, you did say that the north facade is zero lot line, right? So there's no room to put it on the side. But the first parking, the concrete parking barrier on the high-rise lot that's to the north of you, where there's a parking lot to the north, the distance between that bumper and your building is 7 feet. And I realize there's a car overhang in there, but and that's not your property, I understand, but did it ever occur to you to talk to your next door neighbors and ask if you could buy a little square out of that unused portion of their lot to put this so it's not smack dab right at the front facade, right next to the main staircase, which I think is very bad?
We have not asked them to purchase that. I think mechanically, it's a little complicated to purchase a non-strip, right? So if we just wanted to purchase a little carve-in of their land, I think that's mechanically difficult to do. I think it came up in the community meeting that perhaps there was a way to work with them on an easement, which I think neither party would be interested in long-term, just because that would be something difficult to
Yeah, I can understand.
kind of pass the first couple of years to really ensure that it remained. So we are open to other suggestions, other locations. We like the front facade as it is. And so, but to Adam's point earlier, that seems like a better location for it than to ask someone in a wheelchair to go through the alley. We also
I understand. It's against the law also.
Right. We also explored ramps and on the south facade, but the length that that ramp would have to be, it's most of the length of that south facade. And that doesn't seem like a great option either. So we're open to any suggestions, and I think the Landmarks had thoughts about maybe there is a way to screen this symmetrically so that we build a similar volume opposite or mirrored about the stairs with it, which we're not a fan of, but we...
I'm not a fan of that either, and I think it just takes one problem and multiplies it by two. The other thought I had, and again, for the architects, and I don't know your plans very well, but I looked at the stairway that's in that corner on the inside of the building and wondered if you had a door off that facade, front facade, but if you could somehow finagle the interior of that stair to include a lift that would get you, out into that front vestibule.
I think we can look into that. We hadn't considered it previously. I know you're saying that there's surely a landing somewhere between the ground floor and the basement level on that stair.
Yeah.
I
didn't draw anything, but I just mentally kind of looked at it and said, without knowing too much, it might work.
Early on, we did look at that. The issue is, that stairs, that's kind of the grand stair for the building. There's a stair, it goes into the basement and it goes up, so it's kind of halfway up, halfway down. So kind of entering in kind of in the middle of the stair. That entire stair would have to get rebuilt and reconstructed and just relocated for the most part. So
well, not relocated, I wasn't even considering rebuilding it. But when you look at all the space that's around the stair, that I don't know what direction that stair is going, up or down, but up, I guess.
Well, on this plan, so this is the ground floor plan, meaning you'll go up those about 5 feet or so from grade up those stairs through the main entry there. Our current plan is showing a pair of double doors now where that stair is currently open, but you would walk into that, and then the stairs you see there are going up, and then there's also stairs that kind of go down into that basement area.
Right, I understand. But if you didn't have double doors, you had a single door, and maybe the other door led into that a lift that was in the corner of that stair. I'm just suggesting that might work. Here's where it is for me. I think that this is a great project, except for that. And if we ended up approving it, I would feel very strongly that we approve it with the exception of the location of that lift.
Well, I know that we did have, I got to say, these similar discussions with Landmark and Dapper as far as, this is the primary facade of the building. We understand that. Obviously, we're architects here. We don't want to touch this. We're trying to preserve the building as best we can. Obviously, accessibility is very important. One of the conditions that we did have from Landmark was to work with staff to look for ways to, and they were specifically talking about screening the lift somehow. But that's definitely something that we can work with staff to see if they can. If we can come up. But I don't think that's technically feasible. I mean, we did study that kind of early on, but it's something that we can investigate again as part of this.
Well, I suggested two other alternatives besides screening, which I don't think is a good idea. And I like those investigated. My opinion.
Commissioner Westerberg.
Just also glad to see that you do include or do intend to provide screening around the HVAC on the roof, and that was good to hear. Have you had a chance to think about the materials you'd use up there, or are you not at that point yet to discuss that?
Well, right now, we're looking at mechanical louvers, really more for acoustics. The building to the north, that is a brick wall. We're not facing into any windows or anything like that. So the platform, we are set back the required 5 feet, I believe, from the front elevation. But right now, we're showing screening up there. We haven't fully investigated exactly what that is at this point. We just know that it's a visual screen. We were envisioning just a metal complementary to the color of the building that would have acoustic properties to help with some of the sound transmission.
Okay. So you have got a mixture of units planned, I know. How many of these would really be micro units, which would, say, be around 200 to 300 square feet or so? Only 2 studios?
Two are studios. What we class as junior one bedroom are these smaller one bedrooms. These are just about, they're not studios. They're not like 200 square feet or whatever. So 2.
So what is the?
So what's the square footage for
Yeah.
the studios? Roughly.
Probably like 450.
Okay.
Yeah, around 500. Yeah, a ground floor. So if a typical one bedroom, for example, would be 500 square feet at the ground level, and then it'll have the staircase that goes up to the mezzanine level, which is another 250 square feet. So a typical one bedroom would be about 750 square feet.
Okay.
So we do have some units that don't have that mezzanine, and they'll just have that ground floor level.
Okay.
And those would be roughly around 450 or 500 square
All right. So just a brief discussion on parking, which is what we always like to talk about at these events. I think the only question I have is the impact on the neighborhood of people using the street. If you're only going to lease a certain amount, as you said, at the Holiday Inn, I can still tell you that walk may not feel comfortable for some people late at night. So that does push, or could push, some folks to parking on the street. There are 2 lots, I know, the opposite sides of the street. So this is really a question more for the city, is how are those lots, how is the parking in those lots controlled, and are those lots used at 100%?
I may ask you to repeat the question. The lots directly to the south and the lot.
Directly to the west?
I believe the lot directly to the west is part of the YMCA.
So I'm saying, so that is not usable.
Correct. And then the lot to the south, excuse me?
Ma'am, please, we'll clear it up.
And then the lot to the south, I think, is used by the fire department and the police. And I think we heard that it's near 100%, even though, occasionally it can vary, but they use it.
Yeah, I know that there are other users besides the police and fire. I just wasn't sure if there were spaces available there.
I don't believe so. I think we investigated that very early on, and they said no.
So I guess the question is it worth having you lease more parking spaces to make sure they are available, and working with the city over time to see whether or not they're needed, let's say over the first 2 to 3 years of the development, just to make sure we have a chance to monitor the impact on the neighborhood? Is that something you'd be open to?
And just to clarify, I'll answer that in just a second, but just to clarify, we did reach out to the YMCA. We didn't get a response early on at the urging of Councilmember Newsmy. we reached out again in this past week and have not heard back, that would be the preferred location, or that lot across the street, that, for exactly the reason you outlined. The Holiday Inn just happened to be the closest one that we could secure leases for. We're definitely open to discussing increasing that number. I think it depends on where they're located as well. There's an economic side to it, and that's not something that we plan to charge to the tenants. It's something that we are paying as part of operating. So we're definitely open. I think from our perspective, we'd love to be closer. And if the economics worked, we would be happy to lease 30 if that made the neighborhood feel more comfortable with the potential demand on streets. My understanding, though, from past conversations was that part of the final ordinance would limit the residents' ability to park on city streets. Is that
As I understand it, your residents would not be allowed to have a parking permit as a resident. However, that doesn't necessarily stop them from parking on the street at night, which is where some residents will start to feel the pinch a little bit.
Yeah, we're definitely open to, and I
Okay.
think if we could get closer, and my hope would be that the economics would be similar to the Holiday Inn at a lower number. Like, we're definitely open to that. So.
Okay, all right. And then one last question for the city. From the standpoint of overseeing the work on the building from a historical angle, is that being handled by the city's landmark division? Is there anyone else involved from the state level? It's not on the National Register, correct?
Correct. It's eligible, but it's not on the National Register, so it'd be monitored by the city, not by the state.
Okay.
Commissioner Lindwald?
Yes, just, I'd like to talk a little bit about the window wells and whatever screening is planned for, I guess, the south facade, and how that will impact passersby.
I'll get us there. It's a good image.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that was it.
Let's use this one. So as you mentioned, just so everyone's aware, those dash lines there under grade are window wells. There are windows in the basement, and these are, essentially retaining walls that allow light to get into those units. We're talking about the south facade here, so we're talking about direct sunlight.
Yeah, so right now, we're showing a guardrail, fall protection is required by code. So we do anticipate some landscaping there. Right now, it's not displayed on the drawing, but right now, we do need the guardrails by code, and anticipate that there would probably be some landscaping there. It's just, we haven't gotten to that level.
I think we show it in site plan. We show landscape screening like dense bushes, a line of bushes around.
Okay. And just, again, on the parking, the lease parking intention, your intent is to pay for provide the parking to the residents without kind of a pass-through fee? That wouldn't be a separate fee? Is that, how have you?
Correct. That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so I guess then the question becomes, what happens if more tenants have cars and want to have parking?
Well, we have 10 available. I guess that's.
Go ahead, Gary.
I think I think the question
Is if 15 people.
Building, and all of a sudden we've leased all our parking spaces as part of that, and somebody else comes along, says, hey,
What's
I have
parking?
a car, I'd like to park. I think it would be, we would hope that wherever we are renting spaces for, we could rent more as part of that. And I think if we provide a parking space at no charge to one of the early renters, we would owe the same to a later renter. You can't charge half the building and not charge the others. So I think the short answer is we would try to find another rented spot for that tenant.
Okay, so that one of the conditions for this may be that you provide sufficient off-street parking for your tenants. That's what you're intending to do, essentially?
That's what we're intending to do, but in terms of what we are required to do, I think our hope would be that there would be a number that is agreed upon.
Okay.
That as part
Yeah,
of the
up
project-
to whatever the number, so I think, what, was it 19 spaces that you would normally be required to provide? So that, I mean, I could see something like, 10 and then up to, 19 spaces, whatever.
Yeah, I think we're open to that. I think it's part of, again, the location and trying to figure out.
Right. And obviously, something across the street would be much better than the Holiday Inn.
I think for everybody, yeah. So.
Okay, that's all I have.
Commissioner Fructell?
Hi. Can you walk us through your thought process for the design of the units and the layout throughout the building? At first glance, my impression is that it seems awfully dense with a lot of units crammed into the space. I imagine you had different alternatives and you're trying to think through how many levels, lofts, no lofts. Can you just give us a narrative of what your thought process was for how to divide up the space and how you came to the current proposal?
Yeah, I guess the first thing I want to point out is that it's not as if the bedrooms, the living rooms are much smaller or even, smaller relative to what's, other newer developments in the area. We're a lot of one-bedroom units. We could provide three-bedroom units, but, it's just going to be the same amount of people, more or less, the same amount of bedrooms. The units, I think they feel tight. The building is big, it's massive. Like I said, it is a little different that they're tighter, but we provide a mezzanine above, and so the square footage is, it's very comparable to other new developments in the area. I mean, that's the first thing I would want to point out about the units. I think they're airy and voluminous. We've got these 15-foot ceilings. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I would say, one of the complexities here when we were laying the units out was really window placement, where to get pencil light. So to preserve the primary historic elevations, I guess that would be the south elevation and the west elevation, right? Then there's a certain rhythm of windows, and that really did dictate kind of where those units were. To have a unit take up more than those, two bays of windows. But I mean, the units would be incredibly large. I mean, they'd be like 3-bedroom units. I mean, they'd be very large. So the placement that we have actually kind of worked out. I mean, 750 square feet for a one-bedroom unit, we don't believe is small. It's actually, I mean, we do a lot of housing projects, a lot of student housing projects. I mean, this is, the units are 17 feet. I believe 17 feet wide, kind of from wall to wall. And really that was dictated by trying to preserve the facade of the building. So we knew that again, it's a landmark structure. We're trying to preserve the facade. I mean, that's the ultimate goal here, is to try and preserve the building. Right? I mean, right now it's been sitting vacant for a very long time. Converting it into some sort of, I mean, we did look at converting it into event spaces and looked at other functions of, for this building. Really, the initial goal was, here's this beautiful building, how can we repurpose this? And really just the idea of making a 300, chair event space. I mean, talking about parking and the impact that we have on the neighborhood. Those were things that our client did look at, and it didn't, I guess the economics weren't there to make that happen. The demand wasn't there for that. But, being located in the transit-oriented area where the city is, it's in the ordinance where they're kind of promoting this type of lifestyle, where we're close to public transportation and have all these amenities nearby. In this size unit, a 750 square foot unit would be, it's a unit where we believe that the residents that would be interested in living in these spaces would very likely not have cars. I'm not saying that they won't. I mean, there's obviously no guarantee. We can't tell you who's going to live in there, exactly how many cars they have. But the idea that it isn't a transit-oriented development, and we believe that these units will actually be very special. I mean, these are tall volume spaces. I believe we came up with a pretty creative solution to use these spaces. I mean, it's a tall volume space. So we narrowed up the unit, we put in the mezzanine, and they're very unique spaces. I mean, it's just tall volume space. You're going to get that natural light coming in through these very tall windows that you'll be able to experience throughout the whole unit. And really that was the idea behind the units. That's kind of how the units came to be the way that we configured them. These tall volume spaces. On the upper level, we have these, these steel bow trusses be exposed. So again, the spaces, just like the exterior of the building has character, the interior spaces will have character also.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindvall?
Yeah, I'd actually like to move on to the interior, the interior features and ask whether or not either at the Preservation Commission or here, whether or not documentation of the interior features that may be demolished has been
we
requested.
It wasn't anything that was dictated because, as Kate pointed out, it's not something that's regulated. But we did, our client did have a 3D computer scan done of the entire building. We have the entire building laser scanned, exterior and interior, so we have everything documented down to the bolts on the trusses. So anything that they can reach with a laser scan, we have that digitally captured and preserved.
Okay, and then are there any materials, I think there was some discussion about removing the medallions on the south facade, and I don't know if there are interior features that are being demolished that could be donated or reused or preserved somehow?
The idea was that, the initial idea was that this was, we were going to try and preserve as much as we can. Obviously, there's a good amount of work with the demising walls coming in there, but the idea was that, we have this kind of this clash between the old and the new.
Right.
So that, again, that's a very unique character. I kind of alluded to, for example, the roof trusses, the steel trusses that are up there that would be kind of exposed. And again, it would be a really neat feature for the, the units that are up on the upper levels. Adam referenced the interior, the entry, so that kind of the historic character there that we'll refurbish and keep that kind of in keeping with the character of the building. So, I mean, the intent is that we will try and preserve what we can. I mean, there's a good amount of work here that has to be done, but yeah, the idea is that'll be part of the interesting feature of this building is just the look and feel of these units.
There are also a couple of interior features that we are in our current plan saving, and they're part of the units. Like you can kind of see in that center unit there's a fireplace and the demising wall there. That's existing currently. So there's like a demising wall. It's got lots of detailing, millwork detailing, or trim rather, and the fireplace itself we're preserving and using as part of the unit. So there are a couple of units that have walls like that we're looking to preserve. Along the exterior wall, there's a lot of millwork, and we're just going to have to do some more investigating about how feasible it is to save some of that. But it is our intent to save some of those. Yeah.
And I think, I'm not sure if you've been in the building, but just to point out that there are only a handful of built-in features. So there are some bookcases we're going to repurpose in the lower level. There's the fireplace, there's the lobby. That lower level unit there is kind of an existing, it was like a raised library mezzanine with a unique steel stair that we're going to keep. So there, anything that is an existing feature that is interesting, that is non-standard perhaps, we want to preserve. I think the majority of the other detail that is in the building is really just trim around the ceiling level. There have been a lot of features that have been removed as part of the sale and the prior tenant leaving the building, but we're trying to preserve everything we can.
Any other questions? Commissioner Miranchev?
I have a question about, let's say, the neglected part of the building, the trash enclosure. Why do you need it so high? Inside there is a door, it seems full height door. Do you need that? It seems that this is the only thing that actually brings this height to this level. Okay,
that's a great question. So actually, this came out of our most recent DAPR meeting. We were discussing with them how an accessible person disposes of their trash. It sort of became evident that without some kind of mechanism in the building to dispose of your trash from the ground floor, someone who is wheelchair bound would have to go out around the entire building. And so what it is if you're on the ground level or you take an elevator to the ground level, you can enter that little kind of lobby space, I'd say trash lobby, We still haven't quite worked out the details of exactly how it works, but the way it's drawn now is that there's a swing door with a guardrail and sort of a chute, sort of custom little chute. Just so someone in a wheelchair can get in there, get their trash into the dumpster, and
Okay, so you're telling me that you need a full height door over there between the corridor and the trash enclosure?
between the
Is
corridor
that-
and the enclosure, yes.
Yes.
The element that I was saying still maybe needs some investigation was just what type of, let's say chute you open to get
Yeah,
into it.
I understand. And the other question, once again, about the trash enclosure, you have an egress from there, and the door, I'm sorry, this is architectural question. The door to the trash enclosure opens to the egress.
Right.
Is this okay?
Yes, as long as it maintains a rating, 2-hour rating.
Okay. All right, just a question. Thank you. I know I had this with different reviewers. No door should be opened in the egress way. But it's up to you to defend this.
It's, okay. It's allowed by code, right? As long as it's a rated door and a rated enclosure, it has to close on its own, some other stuff.
I'm just pointing to that for your.
Sure.
It's possible that the director can also see in the other direction, so
Maybe it will be better. Maybe it will be better.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? If not, I just have one quick one. Have you given thought to where the affordable units will be placed within the building?
We have, and we've spoken with the, I believe, Office of Housing, Cade. We told them the units, what they are. They, what is the correct terminology? Approved or agreed with our placement of the units.
I just want to make sure that we aren't putting all the affordable units in the basement or
That's correct.
something like that.
They're mixed around the building.
Okay.
Studio, 1
All
bedroom,
right.
2 bedroom, 1 in the basement, ground floor, 3rd floor.
That's fine, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to just stick all the affordable units in the basement. Commissioner Johnson, you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So you spoke to the Holiday Inn about the 10 parking spaces. They said they have 10. They're amenable to leasing 10.
Correct, and we have a draft agreement that we submitted to you guys to show that they're available. We're just kind of a matter of working the lease out.
Did you ask, in the event that you need more than 10, did you address that? Did you have that discussion with the Holiday Inn?
I'm not sure we. Actually, that is true. Yeah, but go ahead, Gary.
We, when it was determined that we would require 11, we asked for 11. They said they have that. They said they had more available, but that it's fluid for them in terms of those spaces. So they rent the majority of those spaces out on that floor to the neighborhood. So if we have not asked to reserve more than 11, but they implied that they were regularly available. So
They did imply that they are regularly
Yes.
available. Okay, so it seems like in your estimation that they have, that there is an opportunity to lease more. You just didn't have a specific conversation about that.
we asked for the 11, and that is what they provided the lease for. Based upon the earlier conversation and feedback from the community, it sounds like that location may not be great for other reasons. So, yeah, we're happy to look for something else.
Okay, thanks.
All right, with that, I do have several citizens who have signed up, so I'll ask you if you want to go ahead and take a seat. And I have 4 citizens who have signed up. I'm not going to be real strict on time, but please do keep your comments succinct and relevant to the matters at hand. The first person is Jack Weiss.
Thank you, Commissioners. Density is a very good word. I want to remind you that the Preservation Commission could not address interior issues because that's not in their purview. You are left with dealing with interior issues tonight. You're the only ones who have that opportunity. While I feel the project addresses exterior design issues reasonably well, I'm much more concerned about the proposed impact on this project has on important interior spaces in the building. As noted in the October 11th Preservation Commission meeting, the Masonic Temple is one of Evanston's most intact and significant institutional resources. The structure is in excellent condition and retains excellent exterior and interior architectural integrity. The interior includes what might be original paint, carpeting, draperies, lighting, wood finishes, and detailing and wallpaper. Your staff report states, and I quote, "The Preservation Commission discussed the proposed zoning variations and their authority to provide a recommendation on the necessity or appropriateness of the request in the interest of historic conservation so as not to adversely affect the historical architecture or its integrity of the landmark. Considerable deliberation surrounded the internal unit size and number, as well as the impact on the structure's interior architecture. This proposed project leaves little, if any, of the aesthetic integrity of the interior spaces intact. It goes without saying that the minimal alteration of the Masonic Temple's interior spaces is non-existent. Those were issues that the Preservation Commission could not address since their purview was limited only to the exterior. One way the applicant can seek favorable review tonight is that it is to offer a major concession. And that concession would be the reduction in the number of units requested so that both aesthetic integrity and minimal alteration of the interior spaces is enthusiastically acknowledged and embraced, and the historical context of the building's original use be retained. By the way, I'm Jack Weiss, 400 Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. The second person I have signed up for this evening is Jennifer Gandy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Grandy, and I'm a property owner on the 1500 block of Maple Avenue. I live 3 doors down from the Masonic Temple, so I have a strong vested interest in what happens with this project. I'm also speaking on behalf of the condo board at the Lafayette Building, which is the only condo building on that block of Maple. So I'm not going to delve into the Jane Jacobs famous idea about eyes on the street, promoting both city vibrancy and safety. I'm sure this panel knows that pretty well, your zoning officers. What I'd like to express is how demoralizing it has been to live on a block that's been bookended by mostly vacant, derelict retail commercial buildings at the north, Maple and Grove, and then a totally vacant, derelict Masonic Temple to the south at Maple and Lake. At alternating points, the Masonic Temple has been a dumping ground for shopping carts and garbage, and its front stoop has been, and landing has been an overnight exposed shelter for unhoused individuals. This is my block, it's my home, and it's home to many other families and individuals on that block. What's perhaps even more demoralizing is the potential of maintaining the status quo, which is quiet at all costs. It's been a vacant building for over 6 years at this point. Abundant street parking, and most insidiously, in the name of keeping out additional renters in this era of a supply-driven housing crisis. We absolutely need more of this type of housing and eyes on the street in this area. The proposed plan to retrofit new apartments into the envelope of the Masonic Temple is completely within the character of this block. It's in similar nature to everything else around it, which represents various shades of missing middle housing. These include the 70-unit Maple Grove apartment building built in 1965, 3 different structures built in 1920s, including a 3-flat, my own 11-unit condo building, and the YMCA men's residence. These buildings house a diverse population ranging from graduate students to seniors, renters, and owners, a variety of income levels, racial groups, and abilities. To touch on the third rail of parking, I don't have an issue with the plan, neither does my condo board. If we want to discuss parking restrictions on the surrounding blocks, perhaps that's a conversation for the body that sets those restrictions. However, there has to be some responsibility and cost of driving to and living in a city with density and limited parking that has to be put on the vehicle owner to an extent. The vehicle owner chose to buy a car and come into a densely populated walkable area with limited parking. For this block of Maple, there's a walk score of 98 out of 100 per Zillow. And this rating is based on having a robust network of sidewalks with easy access to basic amenities. Additionally, there is easy access to regional rail, the CTA, buses, Zipcar, Divvy bikes, and some increasingly impressive bicycle infrastructure. It's precisely why I bought on this block and why some of my residents in my condo building bought on this block. Mandatory parking minimums, enforcing public accommodations of what are personal purchases via zoning for every potential residential and commercial development will do nothing but create more vehicle traffic. And where there is more vehicle traffic, there is inevitably more particulate emissions that we all breathe in, carbon emissions, accidents, and pedestrian fatalities. This destructive Ouroboros needs to stop. Evanston wouldn't exist as it is today if there was mandatory parking minimums in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And we will destroy the community we live in if we continue to impose them. In closing, as property owner on the block where this project will be and speaking for the Lafayette Condo Board, please allow this project to go forward as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Is it Grandy or Gandy?
Grandy.
Grandy, okay, it was misspelled on the form. Next up, I have Karen Skonzert. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Hi, my name is Karen Skonzert. I'm a homeowner on the 1500 block of Maple Avenue. I own a condo in the Lafayette building. And I know that people feel really passionate about this, both because there's some feeling about renting and about parking. So I'm a homeowner, but I've also been a renter many times. And everyone probably has been or will be at some point in their life. I don't have any issue at all with having more renters on the street. We live next to a building that has 70 units in it. That building, the Maple Grove, has ample parking that's almost empty. I don't know if you looked into renting spaces from them. There's less than a third of those spaces are taken up. Most of the people that live in that building walk. So I think it should be fine to find parking for people if they need it. But as the previous speaker just stated, I don't know that we need to make that our priority in an area where you can walk to literally 6 places to buy groceries within 3 or 4 blocks. So I don't know that we need all of that parking. I really welcome the idea of vibrancy and resilience of an additional population of renters, probably a lot of graduate students, young professionals, people who want to live near transit and keep our downtown vibrant. There's plenty of amenities, and there's plenty, having more people there will just continue to support and maintain a vibrant downtown commercial area. That's why I live here. I've lived in much less dense places, and it's just a lovely thing to be able to walk places, and I'm looking forward to having what is an empty building that's just sitting there made into a place where people can live and take part in our lovely downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skonzert. And the last speaker I have signed up for this is Sari Cattison Shapiro.
I live right in the neighborhood. My name's Sari Cattison Shapiro, as you said. I live at 1432 Elmwood, the blue house that's the only house on the corner of Lake and Elmwood. Someone told me sounded like Jake and Elwood. But I'd like to question the idea of transit-oriented development. It's something that I don't recall ever voting about, and something that most of the residents don't even know what that is. And I find myself in the middle of it, and the first thing that I fought against and failed was the movie theaters because of the giant scale that it was on. I'm from Highland Park. I'm not against development. My mother was a developer, and she built townhouses up in Highland Park, but we always lived in them. They were nice enough for us to live in. You know, they weren't very tiny. I suggest that you look at the plans for the basement that are drawn. It's on around page 100 of this 200-page booklet that was prepared. I just assume that when you hire someone to be a zoning person for the city, that they know about zoning, they've studied zoning, they go and look at the specific site. And right now, the Masonic Temple is not completely empty. There have been events there, and people go there and they park around there where it's only supposed to be for the Masonic Temple. But I think 30 units are way too much, and the architect who is nationally renowned, Stuart Cohen, said much the same thing. I think sometimes the designers and architects that don't have a vested interest in it might be listened to. Highland Park was putting in a new movie theater when we were putting in the movie theaters. And basically the developer wanted the whole block and got it. And there was going to be a mural so that when you went by on the L, you didn't just see, you know, a blank wall. That never happened. And now we don't have a movie theater. And there was a lot of wasted space in there. Highland Park has a movie theater because they just put a marquee in an older building and you went up escalators and it was a smaller space. It wasn't so giant. All these plans are, I just happened upon a page about the planned developments in Evanston, some that were already done and some that are planned for the future. And I think that all these might have been done before the pandemic. My husband worked in the Loop and his building became like a ghost town there. And he and his partners moved their files at home. They have the phone act like, you know, push one and you get one person and no one can tell that they're not down in the Loop. But I suspect these apartments are going to be for Northwestern students. But I just wondered if there's a big need for these in the city, if the city keeps track of how many vacancies there are in the Albion building, for example, that was just built on a huge scale, taking up the whole block. And I just wish that the zoning would be obeyed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody who had signed up? Yes. I didn't have you on my list, so if you would state your name.
My name is Joyce Swersbicki. I'm at 900 Greenwood Street in Evanston, and it is a condo building, and my concern is the density. I actually would like to see an event space, and I don't know if the owners of Space Theater were ever contacted. We were only introduced just last week that I found out our input as residents. My concern is the density, and astutely it was brought up, the parking at night. We also on Greenwood are having issues with the people taking the train. So our life starts at 5 a.m. in the morning from strangers taking the train. So parking is an issue of the free parking up Greenwood, and it goes from east to west. The density, I might even be on board with 14 units as condos to have affordable housing, but this again is a rental market that's being created, apartments, and to note, it just feels like we're being boxed in. First Albion, then the Masonic Lodge, then we have the Marguerite Inn with the out-of-state people coming in. Then we have St. Paul's with temporary housing. And I honestly, and I was actually admonished, I said, I'm in a residential neighborhood. Oh no, you're in the city. No, I'm in a residential neighborhood within the city of Evanston, and I really didn't sign up for this. And when I bought, I've been retired for 2 years, and I like as many people, we've had the nice weather, your window open a bit, and it starts at 5 a.m. And the setting of the car alarms, the strangers coming in to catch the train, and this density, I'm just concerned that no one's going to enforce the rental agreements. It's not going to stop somebody who can technically afford the rent, but then throw a mattress in the dining room and the living room, and now we have what is supposed to be a party of one or a couple. We have 3 to 4 people per unit. My other concern is the decibel level of the compressors. I don't know that we have any ordinance, but my concern is that compacting of the compressors is just going to run 24/7. And I don't know what type of noise that's going to do to some of the homeowners in the condominium building, but also of the block of Elmwood and down Maple. And then again, you know, the parking, it can start, astutely said, 9:01 p.m. to 8:59 in the morning. And it's, I mean, I possibly would sign off on 14 units and maybe affordable housing, but again, I just don't get the renter, and it just seems as if the homeowner, I don't know if any ordinance could be changed, but I think we would like to know when the building was sold. You know, allow us to get some investors and, like I said, for event space. And the one comment was, well, that brings people in. Yeah, but it's not 24/7. They can get valet parking. You know, it's all, I understand, I could be totally wrong. I heard that it had a mini theater in it. And so the North Light Theater's being built, you know, down the street. But my concern is that it's just changing the dynamic of the neighborhood with this density. So here, 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 and that's my concern. So thank you for your time.
Before you step away, could you spell your last name?
Sure.
For the record?
WIERZBICKI. Thank you for your time. Oh, and also too, on the north and south of the building, my concern is that there's not an egress panic door in case of a fire. You know, I hope, you know, and I understand that they have a sprinkler system was presented to us, but my concern is that with the density of smoke, and, you know, I hope everybody can get out east and west, but I just thought maybe an egress that looks like a window that's a panic door to get out. But as you see, I don't show a hallway north and south with this density. Thank you again.
Thank you. With that, I will ask Mr. Bro and Mr., well, the whole team, if they have anything they would like to respond to through citizen comment, or anything you'd like to say in summation.
So I guess I just wanted to respond and to the comments about density, and I just wanted to reiterate, you know, that we're dealing with a building that is the size that it is. We're just trying to furnish units in it that are similar to the surrounding market, and, you know, I would, you know, sort of challenge everyone here to reflect on the current market. I don't know how many of you have tried to buy a condo recently or have, you know, been looking at recent developments, but, you know, the size of these units are not, you know, different than what's being built elsewhere. And then sort of on the flip side of that, if the city of Evanston were to ask us to provide less density, where you're going to end up with large units that are less affordable, you know, we'll end up with, you know, really, really large kitchen to living room spaces, or, you know, bedrooms, or, you know, and all of a sudden it becomes, it feels to me that that would be the city of Evanston, in a way, putting a burden on us to provide units that are unaffordable or larger than what's in the surrounding area. And so I just wanted to reiterate, you know, we're just trying to create you know, units that are similar to the surrounding market, you know, with our own sort of flair, these big units with the lofty ceilings and kind of industrial with this masonry concrete building. You know, just wanted to reiterate the size of the units are pretty comparable to new developments. Thank you.
Could you address the comment about parking at Maple Grove? Did you check into that or not? Somebody suggested that.
We did not, but we will. I think we're open to any solution for parking. And I would just like to add a comment in regards to, sorry, I lost my train of thought. In regards to this as a use in the neighborhood, and the building we bought it in February, but we were working with the sellers for almost 6 months before that. The building has been for lease as office and as event during that entire period. We have had Chicago and local restaurateurs and event operators through the building. The building, the way in which it is built and its infrastructure, while on paper it looks like it has the volumes to support events, it doesn't have the infrastructure. It doesn't have the spaces to support that and the access off the alley that would help facilitate the back of house for events. There's also a parking side to that, to an office use or to an event use, that I think would present a significantly larger burden. But I just wanted to point out that this has been for lease, and from an economic perspective, this is a significant investment to build apartments in this existing building. We would love it if there was another use that preserved the building that was more economical, but there's not. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Just like to, I guess, chime in. Also, we are in an R6. It's a residential neighborhood, so the use that we're proposing is entirely appropriate. It's what it's zoned for. And to Adam's point, here we are. We're talking about density, and really densities. Understand it's a number, but we're working within an existing volume of space. We're not putting an addition on aside from a request to screen the trash off the alley. So. The other variation that we're requesting is that the addition on the rear of the building, and currently our building does go up to the lot line. Again, now this is a covered basement. It's that elevated concrete platform where currently the condensers are sitting. So the building does go to the lot line. So we aren't exceeding what is currently there. Now, granted, this trash enclosure is a taller volume. It's a one-story volume again. So that's why when we were reviewing with staff, they did say that we do need to get this variation because we are adding volume to the back of the building, but we are not encroaching further than we currently are. And as a matter of fact, that platform that is elevated off the alley side comes up about 2 feet. We're lowering that so that way it's another location where dumpsters can be rolled out and trash, because right now the trash is literally, it's in the right of way because the building is right up against the lot line. So we are improving that condition. Although we are asking for a variance, we are improving the situation there on the alley side in regards to the trash. So I mean, we have pretty methodically gone through and tried to resolve all the issues that kind of come up on trying to preserve a historic building. How do you deal with the natural light and ventilation? How do you deal with egress? I mean, we do have egress on the front and back of the building, so we are completely compliant there. We are upgrading the building. We are putting a full sprinkler system. Right now, the building is not sprinklered. It's a concrete building, concrete and masonry building. We are putting a full sprinkler in. We're upgrading the water service. I mean, we're upgrading every aspect of this building. We're improving its accessibility. So there's really when boiling down to having discussions about parking, and Evanston is very proactive in its sustainability goals and requirements. And here we have a building that's located in a transit-oriented development, and we're trying to use that, to make this project happen. And again, just having some of the negative feedbacks, we understand that people have concerns about parking. But we believe that the solution is pretty sensitive to the parking requirements and the needs of what we anticipate that the residents that they would need. And you've heard from Gary, the ownership, that it's something that obviously we're working on and we'll try and resolve as best as we can. But I believe what we're showing is very in line with what we see as the goals of a transit-oriented development and a redevelopment and a reuse of a historic structure that right now is dilapidated and it's just not being used.
Sir, just a question for you.
Sure.
Would reducing the number of units actually result in your being able to save more interior materials, or is that not necessarily an equitable?
That's not necessarily the case. I mean, so, again, we're looking at a number. So the number of units, so if you have 30 units or if you have 14 units, if you have 30 units, the units are bigger, you get more bedrooms. So fewer units would probably mean you have more bedrooms. So you're probably not reducing the bed count. So now instead of having 1 and 2 bedroom and studios, you're going to have 3 and 4 bedrooms. And the car requirements are probably, I mean, I can't see that you're going to have fewer cars.
But you wouldn't necessarily save any historical elements by having larger units, would you?
No, because you're going to have bedrooms. I mean, you're still going to have interior walls. And again, you're going to, I believe what you're going to do is you're going to lose the charm and character of these loft style units where you have the mezzanines and you can take advantage of the natural daylight. And so you'll have smaller little compartmentalized rooms inside these units that really wouldn't be able to take advantage of kind of these nice big airy spaces. So I don't see that fewer units would save anything on the interior that we're not already anticipating savings.
Any other questions? If not, I have just one quick question.
Sure.
What is the square footage of the footprint of the building, roughly?
Was that?
Might have that in the site plan, maybe.
Is it 30, about 10,000? Yeah, overall, we were like 30, right? In the 3 levels.
24, I think, is the site. 24,000. Sorry, we thank you.
The overall building was about 30. So it was about 10%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So it's the overall.
Okay, can you
it's a little
repeat
over
that for the mic,
30,000.
please? For the recording, thank you.
The lot size is about 11,000 square feet, so I think it's a good estimate to assume the building footprint is somewhere probably north of 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, per level. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberations. Again, this is a variation, but because of the parking, we are the recommending body to City Council who will make the final determination. We've heard a lot of testimony, but I'll ask commissioners for general thoughts before we go through standards.
I'll start. In this particular development, density is not, to me, necessarily a problem. I do think the increase from 14 units to 30 is obviously very high, but considering the small number of units to begin with, I don't think that's necessarily a problem, and I think the volume of the building can incorporate that. I think the only issue is the city needs to make it clear to future developers that that kind of an increase of 60% doesn't necessarily set a precedent, so you don't run into that problem. I think I have no problem with the rear setback with the trash room on the back. As always, parking is both an emotional issue and an issue that affects neighbors differently. So I would recommend that the developer lease more than 10 spaces wherever they work them out to be. And over time, if those spaces aren't used, there is a way to work with the city to perhaps bring those down. But I do think it will impact the neighborhood. We go through this all the time. We're not really sure how many people do bring cars in and how many don't. And I know it's a moving target for developers. It's a moving target for us. But I would recommend that you lease more than 10 or 11, definitely. And then finally, I would agree that the wheelchair lift is just an inappropriate place. You've got a great plan here, I think, and I think the building will look terrific, but I think it really will not look too good with that wheelchair lift on that's the west facade, I believe. And I really recommend that be reinvestigated to see if you can make that change.
would echo some of the same comments. This building, as the neighbors have pointed out, this building has been vacant for 6 years. I think when a developer comes along and has this idea, we should grab it because I think it's a great use of a building like this. I think the units, the loft units, I'm familiar with this concept, and they would be very, very unique units and very special, which I think will attract renters. I think obviously saving a historic building is important for Evanston also. The issue of the unit count has been pointed out that you could have less units but more bedrooms. So what have you accomplished? You got the same amount of people. So I'm actually not so sure that unit count is an appropriate what's the word, standard for evaluating these projects. I would like to say about the parking. I was looking at your unit mix, and only 7 of your units are 2 bedrooms, and I think it's 6 2s and 1 3. And it's probably more likely in those units, they might be families, they may not, but it's more likely that those units would have cars. So that's 7. And I was wondering, just to amend what Commissioner Westerberg said, is that could you negotiate an option? Let's say you buy or lease 10 spaces, but have an option to increase that. Is that something that's, I don't know, is that something that's possible? Because I'm not sure what number is the right number, and that's the reason I'm saying that. I'd like to include what you mentioned, that you will screen the mechanical on the roof as part of this proposal, although it's not on the drawings. And then lastly, I have talked enough about it, but the lift in the front, totally inappropriate. And I would be happy, and I don't know if this is appropriate for our group, but I would be happy to work with staff or work with Mike or the group here to come up with a hopefully a better solution on that. I just think I think it could be a great project, and I don't want people to walk by it and saying, oh, well, look at that. If not for that, it would have been a good project. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Miranchov?
Something, Chair Rogers?
Yes.
If you would like, George Halleck, we have an entire subcommittee of the Preservation Commission that is set up to study this very issue that you're discussing. And this will occur during the permitting process before their certificate of appropriateness is approved. So if you would like to serve on that, I think you'd be more than welcome.
Commissioner Halleck is always happy to serve on as many committees as he can.
I used to be.
I will volunteer him for anything else that you'd like him to work on too.
I used to be on the Preservation Commission, but and it's okay if I'm on that without being a part of it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Miranchov.
I think that this is a good project. I will say the architects, they had a good challenge and they resolved it. So I'm in support. The only small comment that I have is again about this lift in the front. It's really bothering everyone, as my colleagues mentioned here. So another place is, of course, preferable. But if at the end of the day you still want to keep it there or have to keep it there, at least remove the glass enclosure. There are there are platforms without it. I have to tell you, there are concerns that you cannot clean it if it's not enclosed and all these things. That's not true. But believe me, I put similar elevator 15 years ago in front of church. I don't pass by it these days. It's simply ugly. So try to make a better solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lindwall?
I'm in support of this project as well. I think with respect to parking, as others have said, it's always a question of how many spaces you really need. And we don't necessarily want, we want sufficient parking to be required, or provided, but we don't necessarily want to require owners to lease parking that's going to go unused. So there's really a balance there. So one of the things that we've done in a couple of other instances, and actually in this neighborhood, is require the building owner to provide a report to the city, dictating, or providing a count of how many parking spaces are being leased by tenants. Because I think in the long term that will be helpful for us as we start to look at what the appropriate number of parking spaces is. And I think for the moment, I'm comfortable with the 10 leased off-street parking spaces with, maybe a condition that if there are more, and again, if you're reporting to the city that there are 15 of your tenants have cars, either they will have made arrangements on their own or you will have provided them somewhere. So I think that piece of information would be very helpful. And I do agree, I'm not quite sure exactly what the resident-only parking, where those zones are right now, but I think that one of the conditions that we ought to consider is that the residents not be allowed to apply for residential parking permits. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add? If not, just briefly before I go through standards, I'll just say, in terms of the density, one of the reasons I ask about square footage is because I live in a condo building, a typical Chicago courtyard building, even though it's in Evanston, and we have about a 10,000 square foot footprint, and we have 25 units in my building. So that's why I wanted to kind of get that number for comparison. We have units that are all 2 bedrooms. Some of them are larger than others, but I think that something of that density can fit in that space. The rear yard, I think, is kind of a no-brainer for all of us. In terms of parking, my view on parking always has been it really comes down to a marketing issue. If you don't have parking and people want to live there, they aren't going to live there if you can't provide parking for them. That's why I don't live in Chicago. The area that I lived in there in Edgewater, when I went to buy a condominium, there was no parking, and I wasn't going to put myself through that every single night of having to try to find parking. So I think that one kind of helps sort itself out through what people need and want. I think the people looking for this size of unit tend to be a younger crowd who typically are not car dependent like some of us are. And so I think that kind of helps take care of some of that parking issue for you. With that, I'll go through the standards. This being a major variation, we have a different set of standards to go through. There are 7 of these. The first one is that the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. We are increasing density into this neighborhood, but we are also at the same time filling a building that has been sitting empty for a number of years and making use of it. We heard testimony from one of the neighbors that they kind of have, they're bookended with vacant properties or properties that are not being fully used. And I can't think that is good for property values for those neighbors. I also think that it does just make a good use of by bringing people in there and having more people keep up the neighborhood, it also works to increase the property values. Number 2, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. One of the things that we do look for here in the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive general plan is the adaptive reuse of existing buildings. The Masonics, I think, have definitely declined in numbers since the time this building was built. We've heard testimony that, perhaps it could be adapted into an event space or some other use, but those are not the uses that are before us this evening. We're asked to evaluate making a rental property that would have a number of units in it, and that is part of the intent of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive general plan, so that standard is met. The alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. And looking at the issues that we're specifically looking at, obviously parking, there is no place to put parking on this property. It was constructed, I don't know what the year of construction was, but at some time many, many years ago, and it's a big, dense block building. So to try to move things to increase parking really doesn't make any sense. In terms of density, again, we're dealing with interior walls that are supporting a massive building. And so trying to move things around there, I think that as we look at going with a smaller number of units, you're going to end up with load-bearing walls potentially in the middle of units that will create non-functional spaces. So I believe this standard is met. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. Obviously, not being able to provide any parking on site would create a severe hardship for the owner, so allowing them to lease spaces off-site makes sense. The rear yard does provide for an easy access trash recycling area. And in terms of the density, again, talking about how would you shore up a building that has interior supports that are in place and cannot be moved. So I believe that standard has been met. The purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property. We have kind of talked about this a little bit. Obviously, we expect developers when they redevelop a property to make money. That's what they do. We've talked a little bit about the fact that creating larger units actually creates a much more higher rent for them, as opposed to many smaller rents. But I don't know that I've seen anything here that they're asking for these things specifically with the intent to create additional income. The alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. Again, they bought the property just, I think it was 6 months ago, we heard, or something like that. And so the building has existed in its current condition prior to that. So none of these things that they're requesting were created by this particular owner. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options identified before the Land Use Commission issues its decision or recommendation to City Council regarding the variation. This is one that we always kind of can kind of nitpick to death about what is the true minimum. But I think that making units that are of a decent size that people seem to want to, that people who are renting are interested in getting. I think the uniqueness of these particular properties by having the high volume of the individual units kind of means that's kind of what they have to do. And I think the one question that we sort of have about this is in the terms of the parking, but I think we can address those concerns through conditions. So I believe that standard is met as well. Is everyone in agreement with my findings on standards? Yes. So before I ask for a motion, conditions that I heard discussed were the screening of mechanicals on the roof, exploring some place to put the lift, or changes to the lift that might make it a better aesthetic to the property. What else did you have, Commissioner Lindwall?
Just the residents not be allowed to apply for residential parking permits.
I will go along with that, although I will say that I'm not always a fan of that one because I view renters as residents a lot of the time.
Yeah, but the point is that they have off-street parking available.
We have many. I don't want to discuss. I don't want to go into this because we'll have a big discussion. But it's many buildings do not have the required amount of parking, and yet we do not require that as a city. So that's just my personal preference. But if that's a condition that we want to put in, I'm fine with that.
I am still going to recommend a condition that the applicant look into leasing initially more than 10 or 11 units. Maybe it is the minimum.
Parking spaces.
Parking spaces, sorry, parking spaces. And work with the city to report on how many of those spaces are really used by their tenants. And that number can be adjusted after 2 years or so to reflect what's actually happening. Again, this is an attempt to just mediate the impact on the neighborhood. We don't know how many people will have cars, and this is one of the problems we have. Younger people or not. This is a suburb, it's not Chicago, so people do like their cars. And I think initially starting out with more parking spaces would alleviate the initial problem.
Excuse me, but what is more?
Yeah, you have a number?
Yeah.
So the actual
number required would be 19.
would be 19. So they're at 10, so why don't we find a middle ground of 15?
The record is closed right now, so if you want input from him, we're going to have to reopen the record.
Nope, I would just recommend 15. That's my personal recommendation.
This is a recommendation that will go to City Council, so there will be more discussion to occur after that.
Didn't we have something like a flexible plan where there could be parking spaces added or subtracted?
I think we need to have a number, though, to put in for our recommendation, and then as they engage with City Council and Planning and Development, that can be fleshed out a little more.
You know, based on the recent developments we've been reviewing and the developers who've provided parking and then come back to say, can we lease it to the public? I'm comfortable with leaving the requirement at 10 as proposed at this point.
I guess I want to do a simple straw poll then to find out if
10 or 15,
10 or
basically.
15 and where people feel comfortable that we can make a positive recommendation.
I'm good with 10.
Again, you can start at 15 and work your way down from there.
Commissioner Halleck?
Based on what we've allowed, I don't remember precisely, but it seems like the percentage is, correct me if I'm wrong, is similar, that they're proposing is similar to the percentage of parking spaces to units that we've allowed on other buildings. Am I right, wrong?
I can speak to that. I think a similar adaptive reuse, planner Katie Ashball, for the Varsity Theater, which was also an adaptive reuse, they did petition for 0 parking stalls to be allowed, where I think 28 were required. It may have been 26. The Design and Product Review Committee at the time recommended that they lease to allow a parking ratio of a half stall per unit. So I think what they're proposing right now is a little bit lower than that.
What about residential buildings? Not just adaptive reuse. Oh, that's right.
Residential.
I'm sorry.
At that time, the staff advised the applicant that it was historically the plan commission at the time and City Council had not been comfortable for less than a half stall per dwelling unit. However, as mentioned, it is in a pretty heavily serviced area from transportation. I also would like to note that if you do change the relief, you may require them to provide additional stalls, which lessens the degree of relief, but I don't think you're going to, but you can't allow 8 stalls where they're requesting, because that was not what was noticed.
I'm okay with 15.
15.
Okay, looks like 15 is winning out. So we'll make a recommendation for 15, and then again, it can be reevaluated. So again, just running through the conditions: screening mechanicals, exploring lift options, residents not being allowed to apply for residential parking permits, and then parking at 15 with an evaluation in 2 years to see if it can be reduced. Do you have a question or a comment?
Comment for consideration by the commission. Would you consider a re-review after a year by DAPR to evaluate whether or not those 15 stalls are being utilized, and if not, reducing that down?
I was going to make it 2 years, but I was also going to throw it right back on staff to do it, so we don't have to hear the case again.
Okay.
So we're saying 1 year?
She's saying 1 year, but I don't know, depending upon how quickly they can rent and everything else, I kind of want to...
If I may, Chair, go ahead, Commissioner Halleck.
we don't want to require more parking spaces than are necessary. So what's wrong with 1 year? I mean, that's a lease. I mean, it seems.
I mean, I think the issue I would raise for your consideration is once you induce this demand, once you say 15 and that demand is induced, it's very hard to reduce that. And I think that's what we've done consistently as a city, is you induce this artificial demand for parking that wouldn't necessarily exist. So if you say 10 and you market those at 10, then theoretically the people that look at that and say there is no parking included, they're not going to have a car. But if you say there's more provided, you're inducing that demand, and it's very hard for that to go away. So even in a year or 2 years, I don't know that the re-review would even say that.
But I would respond to that by saying, first off, we've heard from the applicant that they feel somewhat of an obligation that they don't want to just the first 10 people in the door necessarily get the 10 parking spaces. And if we have 15 parking spaces and we evaluate in 2 years and 15 parking spaces are required, then 15 parking spaces will continue to be required. Right. So I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem if they're meeting the parking requirements that we set forth. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, it's not my goal to reduce all parking in the city of Evanston.
And I understand your point. I'm frankly going with the standard that was established for Varsity Theater, just to be consistent on these things.
So, okay, with that, I will ask if there is a motion in regard to 1453 Maple Avenue by one of the commissioners.
I will try to do it. I'm not very good at this, and that's why I avoid doing it. Okay, so I'd like to move that we approve the application.
Recommend approval.
Recommend approval for 1415 Maple Avenue with the following conditions. No on-street parking for residences. Permits will be issued. There will be a mechanical screen, visual screen around the mechanical equipment on the roof. They will provide leased parking for 15 spaces and with a review by staff
in 2 years, not every 2 years.
In 2 years. And then lastly, my favorite, that they will look into alternate solutions for the loft and work with the Preservation Commission committee that is looking into this, which I will be a part of.
Correction there, just that you mean the lift, not the loft.
I'm sorry?
Lift, not the loft.
Oh, I said loft? Yeah. I'm sorry, lift.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Halleck. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lindwall. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Miranchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktell?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
Chair Rogers?
Yes. With 7 votes in favor and none against, the motion carries, and it will move forward to City Council with a positive recommendation. And again, staff will work with you on when that will appear. And there might be some additional questions that come up based on the discussions that we've had tonight and some of the little back and forth that we've talked about. But staff will work with you on that. Thank you. Oh, is this the packet that you stole from me earlier? Okay. Nope, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't being handed something new. There's been a request from one of the commissioners that we take about a 5-minute break just to stretch legs. So it is currently 9:06 according to my computer. We will come back at 9:11. How's that for a random time? So we stand in recess for 5 minutes. All right. I am going to take us back on the record for the last case we have this evening, which is 1603 Orrington Avenue, 22 ZMJV 0084. Ms. Klotz, I believe this is your case, so if you would please read it into the record for us.
(1603 Orrington Avenue, 22 ZMJV 0084). Golub Realty Services LLC, applicant on behalf of GRE GoCo Orrington Owner LLC, requests zoning relief from Chapter 6-19, sign regulations of the Evanston zoning ordinance to allow 3 new permanent signs on the property located at 1603 Orrington Avenue in the D3 Downtown Core Development District. The major variations requested are as follows. To allow 2 tall building identification signs for an occupant not occupying the second through top floors of an existing building 6 stories or taller, Section 619A6. To allow 2 tall building identification signs, each with a sign surface area of 200 square feet, where no more than 100 square feet per sign is permitted, Section 619-9A6. To allow 1 tall building identification sign on a facade not parallel to a public thoroughfare, Section 619-9A6. To allow external illumination of 2 tall building identification signs where only internal illumination through lettering and graphic elements of the sign is permitted, Section 619-7M4. To allow 2 freestanding signs along the Orrington Avenue frontage of the subject property where only 1 is permitted, Section 619-9B1. To allow a total combined surface area of all signs on the subject property of approximately 795 square feet, where no more than 500 square feet is permitted, Section 619-8D2. To allow an occupant of approximately 17% of the floor area of the existing building on the subject property to use approximately 56.5% of the total surface area of all signs, where occupants are limited to a sign surface area proportional to the floor area ratio which they occupy, Section 619-8D2, and any other zoning relief as necessary to allow the proposed signs as depicted on the plans presented at the public hearing or at a public meeting of the City Council. We have had a number of letters of support and opposition submitted. At this point, nearly all of the letters have been uploaded into the existing Land Use Commission packet, but everyone did receive printouts of any that were not already in the packet at the time the meeting started. I attempted to tabulate what the letters come to, and some letters have multiple addresses, so looking at different addresses of people who signed, my tabulation comes to 27 letters in favor and 10 in opposition.
Thank you. And that includes all of the letters that you sent me?
Yes.
Or that you said I had received?
Correct.
So, all right. With that, before I bring the applicant up, I think we have to make some disclosures from the dais. Commissioner
Sure,
Whitwell?
I'll start. I know Ms. Pugh, although at this point I'm retired, so I don't believe there certainly is no recent employment or connection, so I believe I can be fair.
I didn't know we were going to do this, but I think everybody knows Ms. Pugh. I do too, so, but.
Anyone else? I don't know her, so I just met her this evening, so. All right, so with that, I will ask Ms. Pugh if she'd like to come up and identify herself and then present the proposal to us.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for opening the windows. It was really nice to feel that. So I'm Donna Pugh. I'm a partner in the law firm of Foley and Lardner, located at 321 North Clark Street in Chicago. I represent UL Standards and Engagement and UL Research Institutes. And so for ease tonight, we'll just refer to that as UL because it's a bit of a mouthful. So those are the 2 tenant entities that are considering moving to Evanston, moving out of their headquarters in Northbrook with part of the larger UL and moving here to Evanston if they can make it, all the things work for them. So they will be the land user under the application, and the actual applicant is Golub Realty Services, and they of course are the management/owner landlord. So those are the different parties that you'll hear from tonight. Now, in 2022, let's call it the big UL, undertook a rebranding initiative because they have these three entities. You're going to hear about that, and realize that these other two entities, the ones that are proposed to come here, really have their own identity and completely discrete functions from the other two. And there was a need to kind of break away and get a new space. And by the way, am I speaking loud enough for the record? Is it picking up?
I've not been told no, so I'm guessing you are.
Okay, good. So there was a whole branding effort. You'll hear about that. And the decision is made to at least explore the relocation to Evanston for the two entities. And of course, one of the criteria, and you'll hear from real estate folks, is to locate a space where they can take about 3.5 floors and have appropriate identification signage that would meet with their branding criteria of what they're looking for. Of course, they also have been looking in Chicago and in Skokie and other places where such signs are readily available at the top of a building. So that is a key factor here. So now UL has really hired the top professionals in the industry to identify and help design the highest quality signs and evaluate any impact that the signs could potentially have on the surrounding communities. I'd like to introduce the presentation team. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't get our signage going. Stephen, do you want to control that? Or is that okay, Melissa? Or? Oh, okay. Well, luckily, these are just people's names, so I can keep going. My part's easy, but then we'll get to the hard part. So unless you need any input from me, no. Okay. So I did mention already Golub & Company, the applicant. You're going to hear from Steve DeGodney, who is Vice President of Leasing with Golub & Company and has extensive knowledge of the market in the Chicago area, which is very relevant to your standards. Terry Brady, President and CEO of UL Research Institutes and Board Chair of UL Standards and Engagement. Also, a second to the end there, Charlotte Farmer, raise your hand, Senior VP, COO from UL Research Institutes. Kevin Mahaffey, Director of Facilities and Expansion, UL Standards and Engagement. Our planning expert consultant, which Mr. Chairman, I will ask in a few moments to have him recognized as an expert. I have George Kissel, Principal of Oakland Kissel, and from the internationally recognized lighting consultant design firm Schuler Shook, Emily Klingensmith. And what I want to do right now is have you hear from the applicant, Steve DeGodney, Vice President of Leasing with Golub & Company. He also doesn't need any slides, so I think we can keep going. Thank you. I'm going to stand right here.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Steve DeGodney. I'm Vice President of Leasing for Golub & Company. I office at 1603 Orrington in Evanston. A little background on Golub & Company. We're a Chicago-based, family-owned and operated real estate company that's been in business since 1960. We develop and invest in office, mixed-use, and multifamily real estate worldwide. Since 1999, we have been part of 1603 Orrington's ownership, leasing, and property management teams, exemplifying our belief and commitment to downtown Evanston. This 23-year history gives us a unique perspective into the Evanston office market. I personally remember, excuse me, when there was a grocery store on the site of Sherman Plaza. I remember when 909 Davis was built to bring the McDougall Littell and HMH headquarters to downtown Evanston. More recently, we've seen Free Market Ventures do a great job redeveloping 820 Davis. There's a transformation going on at the Fountain Square building, and there's about to be a new building built on the former Burger King site. These are all positive, great changes for downtown Evanston's business and residential communities. The Evanston office market is small. It's just 1.4 million square feet of competitive space. Therefore, the velocity of leasing transactions coming into the market is very nominal. In 2019, the Evanston office market was just 6% vacant, and that includes the amount of sublease space that was on the market. The direct vacancy rate was a mere 3.5%. Then COVID happened and everyone was affected. Companies defaulted on their leases, downsized, and they continue to figure out how to incorporate remote work into their culture today. The resulting impact to the Evanston office market is the vacancy rate shot up to over 17%. 1603 Orrington is currently 33% vacant, and we have another 30% rolling lease expirations over the next 3 years. Net absorption is the change in the amount of space leased over a certain period of time. So if you have a new lease for 50,000 square feet, but you have tenants in the market that expire and might not renew those leases and vacate, the net result is zero absorption. Evanston's net absorption from pre-COVID to present day is negative 155,000 square feet. I can't even begin to predict how many years it will take to regain that occupancy if we do not act on opportunities like this when presented. It's extremely rare, generational even, to see a 50,000 square foot tenant come to this office market and look to lease one single block of space. For context, Evanston is part of the greater North Suburban office market. The Class A portion of the North Suburban market is currently over 30% vacant. There are 24 building opportunities in that North Suburban market that can accommodate a tenant of 50,000 square feet. Tenants of this size and percentage of a property routinely gain the right to place their name on a building's facade. This is commonplace throughout downtown Chicago, as well as all other suburban Chicagoland office markets. Just look outside of O'Hare Airport in the O'Hare Market, look up and down I-88 in the Naperville and Oak Brook areas, and look up and down I-294 in the North Suburban Market, and you will see building facade signs everywhere. Just west of Evanston in Skokie, at the Edens Expressway and Old Orchard Road, there's a Class A building that has over 250,000 square feet of space available currently. They would gladly welcome UL as their tenant, and they would have no issue putting their name on the building. As you might be aware, 1603 is the tallest office building between downtown Chicago and Milwaukee. We should all want this building to be alive with hundreds of new employees actively engaged in downtown Evanston retail, restaurants, and other businesses. UL's lease will reverberate throughout the commercial real estate landscape. And what I mean by that is this deal will be announced. Companies in the city of Chicago will hear about it and they will start thinking about Evanston as a place to relocate as every business is evaluating their office space needs. As UL is a global leader in safety science, we cannot think of a better name to adorn our property, and they are essentially providing a stamp of approval for downtown Evanston. As Donna mentioned, UL is seeking to install tasteful, attractive signage that will complement the building's timeless design. Thank you all. I respectfully request that you support this signage.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Godden?
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could ask, because each person represents a different.
Yes, I prefer to do it that way as opposed to waiting to the end. So
yeah, so I had a couple questions. One of them is, you said 50,000 is this tenant out of how many net square feet in the building?
300.
300.
Just over 307,000 feet.
Okay.
The lease is for 53,000.
Okay, so I guess I'm concerned about precedent that we may be setting, and maybe even making it harder for you down the road, because if 100,000, I don't know if they exist, a larger tenant comes in, how much, okay, you said 30% vacancy. Well, let's say you had another large vacancy come up, and you had a tenant that came in and wanted a sign on the building as a condition, and we have already set this precedent. We could say no to that tenant, but how would you, I mean, you're stuck. You can't use signage to attract the next tenant.
Sure. I think that is an extremely rare, extremely remote possibility. Something to really note about the property is that the floor plates are only 14,000 square feet.
Well, what if it was another 50,000 square foot tenant?
What I'm getting at is the floor plates are only 14,000 square feet. Tenants that are looking for 50,000 square feet in this day and age generally look for a larger floor plate building. This is a pretty rare circumstance that UL is happy to take 53,000 square feet and be over 3.5 floors. We are at a point at the building where we're at a hardship point where the building is currently 33% vacant, and we have another 30% that is going to be rolling over the next 3 years. You can think about that in the future, but we need to stabilize the property today. Bringing UL to the building, stabilizing the building, and we are the premier asset, the premier office building in downtown Evanston, will create a desire for companies to want to come to this building. Not every company wants or needs signage like UL has. They have specific reasons, which you're going to hear a lot about. But to worry about that next deal and always chasing that next deal for years to come about what might happen for something very rare for a tenant of that size to look for space on multiple floors is something that I think is well worth the risk in order to lease this space to UL today.
But you understand that next tenant would probably not get approval for signage of this type.
The first thing type. So I suppose, I mean, if that's what you're saying right now, but one thing to note is the signage right that we're providing to UL is non-exclusive. So we are not specifically saying in our lease we cannot provide another name on the building. Now, I'm not saying that we're coming to you in a couple of years and asking for that, but I think that's the scenario that you're throwing out there. What I'm saying to you is that by putting UL's name on this building, it is going to make it such a desirable property. We're already the top asset in the market. Putting their name on the building is going to make it even a more desirable property to come to. And I think what we're going to find is they are going to be our anchor tenant, and other businesses are going to come that are full floor, 5,000, 2,000, 4,000, and the building will continue to lease up in that fashion. And to be concerned that we're worrying about another 50 or 60,000 foot tenant and upsetting them down the road, and they're not going to come because of the signage, I don't think that that's all that valid.
Just so you know, I do understand that large tenants are going to look for large floor plates. I get that. So.
Okay. Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes, I have a question. If you can tell me kind of what lease term we're talking about? Is it 5, 10? I mean, how long would this tenant be in Evanston?
I don't know that I can disclose actual terms of the document because it actually isn't signed and we're not done, and that would be
no, that's fine. I just generally, are we talking long term or short? How long a commitment are we talking?
About a very long term in terms of what we do in leases that are signed. This is a long term commitment.
Any other questions for Mr. Gagodny? If not, Ms. Pugh, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, we'd love to have Terry Brady come and speak to you.
Honorable Commissioners and Commission staff, good evening. I'm Terry Brady, and as Ms. Pugh noted, I have the honor to be the Chief Executive Officer of UL Research Institutes and the Board Chair of UL Standards and Engagement. UL is a 128-year-old organization with almost 16,000 colleagues around the globe, carrying out our mission to create a safer, more secure, and sustainable world. Since 1979, we've been headquartered at 333 Finkston in Northbrook between Dundee and Lake Cook Roads. And if you've ever driven on the spur between the Edens and the Tri-State, you will have seen our campus and our signage. As Ms. Pugh mentioned, earlier this year we announced the establishment of 3 new UL brands united in our mission for a safer world: UL Research Institutes, UL Standards and Engagement, and UL Solutions. Each organization executes our mission in slightly different ways, which I'll explain. UL Research Institutes, which I'll call ULRI for short, senses risk and helps to accelerate discovery of fundamental safety science knowledge. You can think of us like a national laboratory or a university, science university faculty. UL Standards and Engagement amplifies our safety science research and turns our discoveries into action to make us all safer. And finally, UL Solutions helps businesses bring safe and sustainable products to the market through safety, testing, inspection, and certification. The 2 parts of UL we're talking about tonight are ULRI and ULSE. Earlier this year, we announced a $1.8 billion commitment to address increasingly complex global safety challenges and support our growth through increased funding of these 2 UL companies. Our discussion this evening relates to a new headquarters for our 2 companies. To expand our capacity, we're talking about joining together to establish a headquarters office space with room to grow beyond our current very full Northbrook campus. We have selected Orrington Plaza as an ideal location for our new combined headquarters, given that this space is uniquely situated in a vibrant metropolitan area with a well-educated and diverse resident and employee population, with close proximity to prestigious universities, excellent public transportation, of course our beautiful Lake Michigan, and many locally owned businesses and restaurants. I want to be clear that we've been happy in Northbrook for many years, since 1979, so when we move, it's for a long time. But we're out of space. And frankly, we're looking for a transit-oriented location where our employees and visiting scholars and stakeholders of all types can more easily get to and from our headquarters without needing to drive their own car or take a single regional rail line and then a shuttle bus after that. I believe strongly that Evanston is the right location because I'm a 4th-generation Evanstonian. I was born here and I was raised in Northwest Evanston, where I attended Haven School, and our 5th generation of Brady's are now at Willard School. And I know Orrington Plaza well because I opened my first checking account there 50 years ago, which is still open, in the rotunda of the original tenant, State National Bank. And I still use that account today, although, of course, it's Chase. Now, we know that the metropolitan area of Chicago is suffering from businesses leaving for other cities and states, and we're proud not only to share publicly our commitment to this community, but we want the city of Evanston to see that commitment as well. We want to join Northwestern and many others in supporting STEM education, STEM careers, and the civic and cultural life here in Evanston. So let me talk about the signs for a moment. We envision 2 signs, one for ULRI and one for ULSE, at the top of our proposed space. These signs, we think, will showcase our pride and commitment in establishing our new headquarters in Evanston. When people see our brands, ULRI and ULSE, we want them to know that we're united in our shared mission working for a safer world. As two growing organizations, we seek to reach more people through public-private partnerships to expand our impact and inspire more stakeholders to become involved with our organizations. We're proud of our 130-year safety mission and our 16,000 colleagues around the globe. We have what we believe to be tasteful and appropriate signs now in Northbrook and many other locations around the globe, and we're proud of our iconic brand. And we think, as Ms. Pugh and others have noted, the signage of the type that we're proposing is readily available to us in the suburban and city locations that we also evaluated. And we're looking for a freestanding sign on the street level as directional signage for foot traffic, similar to other building tenants at the location. Because there are limitations on the current freestanding sign, meaning they're full, we're requesting the freestanding signage. When people see our brands, ULRI and ULSC, we want them to know that, and when they look up at Orrington Plaza, we want them to know that we're doing our safety science work right here in Evanston. Now, with your consent, I'll turn the microphone over to our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Charlotte Farmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And thank you to each of you for your civic service. I would like to draw our attention to quality. As Ms. Pugh mentioned, we've pulled together a professional team that's going to ensure the quality of the sign's design and lighting. We want to ensure that the sign is befitting the brand that Terry mentioned, and it's befitting the city of Evanston. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about the quality of our sign. But if I may, I'd like to also talk about the quality of our employees and our partners who work tirelessly to keep the world safe, secure, and sustainable. What all of us understand is that a company is not just a symbol and its brand. It is the embodiment of those employees. And what you can expect is what is in evidence of the way we engage in all of the civic activities in the areas where we serve. We have a history, a long history, of providing support for STEM opportunities, as Mr. Brady mentioned. We also have interns in programs for underprivileged individuals from Waukegan and even in Case Western. Across our nation, we are in sites that have interns that help accelerate our brand in terms of science, technology, engineering, art, and math. We also are in the arts, as I mentioned. The Northbrook Orchestra, we support that. Ravinia. The list goes on and on. You get my point. We are good corporate citizens, and we want to be your partner. And we're open to what that means in terms of support for this community. Now, I would like to plead for your support for an approval recommendation for signage, because this signage is crucial to shining a light on our brand as well as what our brand embodies. Thank you for your time. I'd like to introduce my, are there questions?
Okay, I guess I understand you're very proud of your companies. I guess I'm questioning. I understand the signage of the ground floor. That's where people walk. That's where people will see it mostly. A lot of opinion on signage on buildings that it's just it's not necessary. And I'm not quite sure why the building of the signage at the top of the building is necessary for you. What about, I mean, you said your mission and you want people to know, but who? I mean, people from a mile away, are they going to really recognize your sign? I don't quite understand. That's different than signage at the ground floor where people will recognize it.
Very good question, and I'm going to ask our team to help address that. We've certainly given that thought, sir.
Commissioner, just to briefly answer that important question, we believe that our UL brand is truly iconic. It is it's one of the most recognized brands by people, certainly in our country and increasingly people all over the world. And we're very proud of that. We have that brand and much, much larger signage and logos on our current facility. We've looked at originally having larger signage on other suburbs that we looked at. but things sort of converged on Evanston. Our board is following this with great interest. We haven't yet signed the lease because this is a material term within the business proposition of taking a very long-term lease. And it's important to us, we think, the signaling effect to Evanston, to Chicago, to the whole community that we're here and we're supporting. So we view it as part of our public-private partnership with the city and the residents of Evanston to say, UL is here. Safety, there's the safety science company, preeminent safety science company of the United States is headquartered in our city. We think it's a win-win for everyone. I hope that helps to answer the question.
We're going to move on to Kevin. Kevin Mahaffey, I introduced before.
May I just interrupt? Just a question for staff. Is there a precedent for this? I don't recall signage like this in other buildings downtown. Am I wrong about that?
Within the city of Evanston, there is not a precedent for this as far as not being the sole tenant of the building. We do have tall buildings that have signage at the top, such as the Truly building, the Hyatt Hotel, but those are all single occupant buildings. So just based on the tenancy of this one, it would be precedent setting.
Thank you.
There is one, we just fast forwarded to this, that I think all of us had missed, but the Carlson building, we have a picture of there, which all of us walk by all the time and had kind of.
And just to clarify, the Carlson building does have many tenants.
Kevin, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Mahaffey, the Director of Facilities and Expansion for UL Standards and Engagement. And as part of my role, I'm charged with identifying and building out space to best serve our mission. In our search for headquarters, Terry mentioned that obviously Orrington Plaza made the short list and quickly rose to the top due to, the amenities in the local area and its centralized location for all the reasons that he mentioned. Looking to create an inspiring space, we've assembled a world-class team with architect Perkins and Will to design the space, a global brand strategist Siegel and Gale to consult on branding and signage, and expert signage fabricators Poblocki for their signage expertise as well as their local knowledge of signage that's come before the commission before. Our proposed solution for the top 4 floors of Orrington Plaza is a beautiful space meeting LEED standards and complementing the building's architecture. The signage design proposed today came out of an extensive process factoring in all of the latest in signage design while minimizing the impact and the lighting impact on the surrounding environment of our future neighbors. Looking at the building top signage, the intention is that it will announce and confirm the presence of our 2 organizations and UL's long-term commitment to Evanston. And this will be complemented in our plan by the monument signage, which will direct our stakeholders who approach on foot to this new headquarters and collaboration space, further integrating our organizations and brands into the local environment of Evanston. The design of these signs align with the current monument, the monument signage rather, aligns with the current monument signage for which, as mentioned previously, there's no room, and all of the signage for that is previously applied to current tenants. So we believe that these tasteful upmarket signage is appropriate for the world-class headquarters located in the world-class city, and we're asking, obviously, for your approval and recommendation onto the City Council.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, now we would like to introduce our expert witnesses. I have credentials here, which I think I also submitted, of George Kissel, AIA, AICP with Oakland Kissel, and Emily Klingensmith with Schuler Shook. I would like to offer them as experts.
And these were included in our packet, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So would you agree that they are experts? Would you accept them?
We're not real strict. A lot of this stuff, we're not a court where we're taking actual testimony.
Thank you very much.
He has the credentials of planning commissions or of planning organizations.
Absolutely.
So we do feel that he does know what he's talking about. And
Perfect. And 40 years experience on
Exactly.
top of it. But let me introduce George Kissel, and he can tell you a little bit about his background and his opinion of the standards.
Great, thank you, Donna. Let's see, this might not be a good idea. All right, so yes, my name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates. Our offices are at 141 West Jackson in downtown Chicago. I'm both a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience in matters of zoning and planning throughout the region here as well as internationally. Myself and my firm has long, deep experience here in Evanston, particularly downtown Evanston, having worked on projects such as Church Street Plaza back in the late 90s, approval for McDougal Littell shortly thereafter, Mather Lifeways, and most recently a lesser project, Dogtopia. We're familiar with downtown Evanston. My former partner is a resident of Evanston and has served on plan commissions here through the years, back in the dark ages, I suppose, as we would talk about it. But anyway, I'm here to basically talk to you about the signage program more in a nuts and bolts fashion and kind of walk you through the detail of it so there's an in-depth understanding of exactly what's being proposed. So if I could have the next slide, please. So the lay of the land as it sits, there's 3 existing monument signs, one near the entry to the Rotunda building, one near the corner of Orrington and Davis, and another further north along Orrington. It's really oriented towards the building just north of the 1603 Orrington building. We're proposing 2 illuminated tall building signs, which are a subset of wall signs. They're located approximately 260 feet above grade on the north and south elevations near the western edge in the top of the building. Also being proposed is another illuminated freestanding sign on the Orrington Avenue frontage near, again, the intersection of Davis and Orrington. So if I could have the next slide, please.
Can I ask you, just to clarify, the signs in blue, the existing signs are going away?
No, the existing signs remain. So the red signs are in addition to the existing signs.
So you would use the existing signs and the new signs?
No.
No.
No, this is merely to give the lay of the land of what there is in terms of density of signage on the site and what's being proposed.
And do you know what the other signs are for?
Yeah, I believe both of the existing signs along Orrington or along Davis announce the tenants in the building. Chase is the featured tenant on top of both of those signs. The existing sign, one is a 2-sided sign, more of a flat sign, whereas the sign number 3 is a 4-sided sign. And there's a large panel on top, again announcing Chase, and then smaller panels announcing other tenants in the various structures. The sign to the north, existing sign 2, basically talks about or announces the tenants in the building at the north end of the site. So,
yeah.
Sure.
This sign here, where it says existing sign 1, it's just Chase's on.
Sir, can you make sure you're in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just so it's recorded. Thank you.
That existing sign 1 has 2 panels on the sides. That is reserved right now for a new restaurant that is going into the Rotunda space only. That's going to be a great announcement. I assume you all know about that restaurant. We want to support that, and I think she's going to be very successful. The existing sign 3 right there, that is just announcing some other tenants in the property with Chase at the top. The existing sign 2, that is not that large of a sign and is just announcing the tenants that are in the 1629 building that is to the north.
Thank you, Steve. If we could have the next slide, please. So with respect to the two tall building identification signs, they're about 14 feet in diameter, 200 square feet each. Here you see it kind of in context. This is immediately north of the subject property on Church Street near the intersection with Warrington. You can see sort of the size of the sign from a distance kind of matches the existing signage in terms of sort of visual impact at the street level. If we could have the next sign, please, or next slide, please. So the type of signs, these are use shielded silhouette lighting. It's basically a hollow metal channel sign with LED illumination on the inside. The LED illumination will be colored. To the back of that channel sign is attached a sign grade polycarbonate backing along with a diffusing film. And that, of course, then is linked together and attached to a backer panel that's attached to the building. Because we're attaching to a building that has basically wide flange channels, there's a need for a backer plate to provide a consistent background for the lighting. And there's a shielded silhouette lighting. It's basically the equivalent of what we call a backlit sign. So if we could have the next slide, please. Here's an example of the type of illumination you could expect. Again, it's different than a illuminated, letter sign, whereas the lighting is achieved through basically creating a silhouette. Next slide, please. Gives you a little closer look of the sign on the south elevation. Next slide, please. So this is the freestanding monument sign. It's about 6 foot by 8 foot, 48 square feet. It's located between the two flagpoles that are in the planter that's just east of the intersection of Orrington and Davis. And the next slide will give you an idea of the night view of it. And we can move to the next slide. Nope. All right. So as we're before you tonight, we've gone through design and project review, and they've added some conditions to the proposal for the signage. The first one is that the tall building identification signs include dimmer switches to allow the illumination to be adjusted. The tall building identification signs must be turned off at 11 p.m. daily. And the applicant must use a third-party service to certify the mounting and installation, and that it's consistent with the approved plans. This is because Evanston inspectors are not experienced in working on signs 260 feet above grade. So the applicant has agreed to these conditions and is moving forward with those in mind. You have a next slide, please. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the sign regulations. We know that the Evanston's codes have been reorganized such that this board has been created and consolidated from a couple of other boards. Along with that, the sign regulations have been moved from the Title IV Buildings, Chapter 10, to Title VI Zoning, Chapter 19. Along with that conversion, the prior version, when it resided in buildings, had its own standards for variations, which were much easier to basically fulfill and were geared towards issues that would arise with signs and difficulties in complying with the sign ordinance. By moving it to zoning and applying the standards for variations, the bar is set a lot higher, much more difficult to justify those in terms of the standards for variations. We will walk through those, and in my opinion, they do satisfy that criteria, but it should be noted that, the standards for zoning variations are generally intended to look at variations from provisions that more directly affect health, safety, morals, and the general welfare of the public, whereas signage, kind of only relates to the last two of those. If we have the next slide, please. So the relevant provisions inside the sign standards that we're going to be looking at are the general provisions, the general standards, the area and measurement standards, and the permitted sign types. Embedded in the general standards are standards that talk about illumination. So at this point, I'm going to turn the podium over to Emily Klingensmith from Schuler Shook to speak briefly about those.
Can I have a question to you, sir? I'm sorry.
Sure.
You are proposing 2 signs, each one on the south and the north. Have you considered having a single sign on the west?
That would be a question for, I believe, the applicant, who's gone through several different iterations with that and arrived at this particular sign program as sort of the best compromise. Important to note that there are really 2 components to their brand, both the Standards and Engagement and the Research Institute. So
I can see that, but I believe the only difference between the 2 signs is the color or the light. So it could be a single sign that is with dual colors or lighting intermittently in green and blue. Just asking if this was
I would have to
considered.
turn that over to
Okay, thank you.
UL to discuss that.
Sir, one more question. Sorry. What are the dimensions of the freestanding signs, the 2 of them currently? The actual dimensions, do you know?
Of the existing signs?
The new freestanding
The new
signs.
freestanding sign is 6 foot by 8 foot, one-sided.
6 foot by 8 foot. Thank you.
To respond to the commissioner's question a moment ago, and without getting sort of too technical about it, we are separate but related nonprofits. One is a 501c3, that's UL Research Institutes. We still have the legal name Underwriters Laboratories, which everyone will be familiar with. And then our new organization, UL Standards and Engagement, is a 501c4. And it's very important, and it was a huge factor in the branding considerations to create the separate identities of the companies so that the IRS and others don't view it as all one brand. And we thought about north, south, west, and we actually unilaterally decided that by pulling it off of the west face, there'd be very little, visibility of it from any of the neighboring buildings. And so we think it's important that we maintain the ability to demonstrate there's 2 parts of UL that have chosen to make our headquarters in this building. We never get an agreement of, okay, which color wins. And of course, the UL that you see on all your products at home, on your Christmas lights and everything else, that remains that UL red. That's the UL testing business. But UL Research Institutes, we spent thousands of hours with people getting to the blue, and a particular blue, the UL Standards Engagement, to get to that kind of sustainable looking green. And that's really why we're bringing 2 tenants and we need 2 colors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Klingensmith. I'm a partner with Schuler Shook. We're a lighting design firm with offices across the U.S. and in Australia. I office in our Chicago location, which is at 363 West Erie. And I've been with the firm and a practicing lighting designer for over 25 years. We are well known for working on all kinds of exterior lighting projects, interior lighting projects. We were engaged to evaluate the proposed signage lighting and to determine whether it complies with the ordinances related to signage lighting. And so that's what I'll be speaking about in a minute. We can go to the next slide. So what's summarized there are 3 different sections of the signage ordinance that pertain to lighting, and there are 3 different areas, the first being related to brightness, the second to glare, and the third to any kind of flashing element with the lighting. So to start with the brightness, there are 2 components to that. The first has to do with what's called a luminance, or how much light is incident on a plane a certain distance away from the face of the sign. And the way that is estimated is a function of the size of the sign. So the narrowest dimension of this sign, since it's a circle, is its diameter, and it's a 14-foot diameter, as has been stated. So we were looking at the amount of illuminance or foot candles that would be emanating 14 feet in front of the face of the sign. And that, in that position, the lighting for the sign cannot exceed what's called 75 foot candles, which is a unit of measurement for light that would be incident on a surface, or in this case, an imaginary plane. If you imagine a plane 14 feet in front of the sign. And based on what's been proposed for the signage lighting, because, as Mr. Kissel stated, the lighting is integrated within the sign, the face of the sign is opaque. There's no light emitted through the front face of the sign. The lighting is oriented to the back. It's emitted out the back through a diffusing layer, and it reflects off the mounting plate that Mr. Kissel stated, which will be a bronze color to blend in with the facade. And you might imagine that a darker bronze color absorbs a fair amount of light. So knowing that the orientation of the lighting and that it's reflecting off a dark color, we can very confidently say that this proposed signage lighting will not get anywhere close to that 75-foot candle threshold. So we satisfy that requirement. The second piece of the brightness part of the code speaks to an issue that's called light trespass. So how much light that is emitted from the sign to an adjoining property. In this case, this part of the code speaks to adjoining residential properties. And by our estimation, that would be the property to the northeast of this site, which would be, I believe, the 1630 Chicago Avenue building. As Mr. Kissel showed earlier, that property is 200 feet away, and this sign is 200 some feet up in the air. So if we were to look at how much light the sign at the top of the building would produce 3 feet above the ground at that residential property, it would be negligible. You wouldn't be able to measure any light from the sign. So we certainly meet that part of the zoning or of the ordinance. Moving on to glare, the middle of the slide. This speaks to the design of the sign and how the lighting is integrated within the sign. As I mentioned, all of the light is emanating out of the back of the sign. The face of the sign is opaque. Again, there's no light emitted out of the front of the sign. So given that, and given that the light is reflecting off the bronze-colored plate, we feel very comfortable that this certainly satisfies the glare requirement. It will be a very comfortable sign to view and will not produce glare. And I should mention too, as has been stated, the signs will have dimmer controls for them too, so there's full range of flexibility with being able to adjust the output of the LEDs that are embedded within the sign to make sure that it feels comfortable for viewing. And then the last piece of the signage ordinance related to lighting has to do with flashing elements. There's no flashing element designed for these signs. The lighting will be on at a static level, a static intensity. So there's really, that's a non-issue as it relates to lighting. So that's all I have to say, but certainly I'll stick around if there are questions for me.
I have a couple questions, or
Okay.
really two questions, I guess. So with this being backlit, can you estimate how wide the radius is that is created by the light around? So it's a 14-foot circle.
Mm-hmm.
Can you estimate how much of that light is thrown out from
It's a
that?
good question, and something that frankly is very difficult to be very precise about. It's a function of how far away the back of the signage is mounted away from the
Right.
base of the mounting plate on the facade. It's a function of the width of the channel that the LEDs are mounted within. It's a function of the finish inside the back of the sign and how that light is bouncing around inside the back of the signage channel and emanates from the back of the sign. So there are ways that we could attempt to model that, but would it be very precise? No.
I don't need an exact, I just was kind of curious if this is throwing out light, because again, that depth, the distance of the sign from the building is what's going to dictate that. As well, I would assume, like the temperature of the LEDs, obviously a brighter one is going to throw out a little bit further maybe than
Not necessarily, actually. It's not a function of the
Okay.
color temperature. Yeah.
Okay.
It's really a function of those other physical factors, the placement of the LEDs and some of the reflectances and finishes of surfaces that really, and the placement of the sign relative to the face of the facade, that distance away.
Right.
That really is the primary driver for how much the light might spread out the back of the sign.
And do you know roughly how far that distance is, or are you not that far along in the process, or?
I might have Mr. Kissel speak to that because he's a little bit more involved in the design of the sign.
I've had conversations with Katie Conroy, who's the senior sales consultant at Poblocki, just for sort of the specification of the signs in general, which allowed us to generate that graphic that's, fairly accurate with respect to what will be built. The distance between that backing layer of polycarbonate with the diffuser on it and the plate is between 3 and 5 inches. So it's
a fairly tight.
It's a fairly tight tolerance there. And if I'm remembering correctly, the size of the backing plate is maybe 6 inches larger than the diameter of the sign itself. So,
15 feet.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
As far as ballpark goes, that's sort of the situation.
All right.
So if I could have the next slide.
Actually, I
please.
think there were some other questions for Ms. Klingon-Smith.
Sorry, just a question on the dimmers. What is your flexibility there? I mean, do you literally go from a glare down to nothing, or are there steps along the way that you hit?
There are different types of dimmers available on the market, but generally speaking, dimmers for LED sources can dim to off very smoothly. So I don't think it should be any issue whatsoever to have the type of dimmer that would dim down to 0.1% of full, so negligible.
Hello. Have you assessed the lights for compliance with the Evanston bird-friendly ordinance?
We have not evaluated that now.
Okay.
I have not. Mr. Kissel may have, I personally have not.
One of the conditions from DAPR was that the lights be turned off at 11 o'clock, which complies with best practices with regard to bird-friendly design. And the other components that were contained in that ordinance, I believe one of them has to do with not turning on the lights until after a certain hour in the morning during migration seasons. All of that would be followed.
Thank you. Yeah.
All year round. Been followed all year round, not just the migratory season that the bird ordinance requires. We
Right.
would adopt that all year round.
Right. Part of me feels like it probably is fine and in complete compliance with the ordinance as written. However, this building is a bit of an exception to the skyline on Evanston, and I'd be curious to know what Evanston, what the Evanston bird experts would say to review it, given that it's not. Given that the ordinance applies to typical buildings of more modest height, and this one is a bit of an exception, I'd be interested in trying to see if some of the local groups could weigh in on that.
We'd be interested to hear what they said. We do have some recent experience on that in Skokie, where we were the consultants on the Carvana project, and by and large, we were exposed in great detail to best practices regarding lighting. And, it's my belief that the turning the lights off at 11 o'clock year-round, which exceeds, the general standard for doing it during migration season, as well as complying with the turn-on time, going beyond early morning where there are some possibilities for disorientation. So, based on what I know about those ordinances, what I know about best practices through that experience, I'm confident that this will comply with the requirements of those putting forth bird-friendly design. Anything else before we move forward?
Commissioner Johnson has a question.
I had a question about on one side of the building, it's a blue UL. On the other side of the building, it's a green UL.
Correct.
But not the words Research Institute nor Standards and Equipment.
No, it is simply the symbol.
Okay, so the only differentiation of the two tall building signs is just the color.
That is correct.
And so the identification of just a person on the street looking up at I guess understanding that those two logos represent two different entities seems it would be difficult for an average person without the words Research Institute, the word mark next to the logo. Is the word mark next to the logo going on the monument signs?
Yes, they are.
But not at the top of the building?
Correct.
Okay. And you all, maybe I'm about to answer my own question, but it seems to feel it very important to have two different colors at the top of the building.
Yeah, they represent basically two different companies that are underneath the umbrella of UL, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, we can move on to the next slide. So now we're going to talk about the variations. We're getting to the nuts and bolts of what we're really asking for here. With respect to the tall building identification signs, we're seeking relief from 1699A6, which is the subset of wall signs and addresses tall building identification signs. So as was mentioned earlier and in the staff report, buildings of 6 stories or greater where the occupant between the second story and the top story, which is one of the criteria for having one of these signs, that criteria isn't met. So we're seeking relief from that particular sub-criteria within this standard. The other one is that one tall building identification sign per facade may be placed in the location. The definition of facade in the ordinance mandates frontage on a public way. The north elevation of the building, because this was a planned development, does not have street frontage. So we'd be seeking relief from that requirement. And finally, the area requirement, the identification of a wall sign shall not exceed 100 square feet. We're proposing 2 signs at 200 square feet each. With respect to the general standards for internal illumination, so there's a provision here that states internally illuminated signs shall permit light to shine fully only through the lettering and graphic elements of the sign. That would be the equivalent of a lit building sign. There's a bit of a conflict in the ordinance. When you look at the bonus provision that talks about wall signs, it talks about the shielded backlit signs as getting a bonus. So we know that those are permitted somewhere in the ordinance. In fact, they're encouraged because a 20% bonus is allowed for those. So even though, you know, it seems like this, we need relief from this particular aspect of the ordinance, you know, it's, you know, we're pursuing it for sort of belt and suspenders sake here. It's clear from the rest of the text of the ordinance that the type of sign being proposed and the type of illumination being proposed is permitted and in a way encouraged by the sign ordinance. So if we could have the next slide, please. So now the variations related to the freestanding sign. This is section 619(9)(b)(1). Talking about the location. Only one freestanding sign is permitted per frontage per premises. Because of the existing sign north on the property, the addition of a sign on Orrington would require relief from that particular provision. And with respect to the overall sort of signage program, there's sort of 2 standards with respect to the area limitations that we're seeking relief from. The first is that the total combined surface of all signs on the premise is capped at 500 square feet. It should be noted that there are 2 other sort of proportional standards. One is that 0.5% of the entire site area or 15% of the eligible facade area. If you were to measure the eligible facade area on the site and apply that 15% factor to it, the allowable amount of signage approaches 900 square feet. But because of that 500 square foot cap, you know, we have to seek relief from that particular aspect of the ordinance. And the other portion of the provision that we're seeking relief from is that the surface area be proportional to the occupancy. As was mentioned earlier, the tenant will occupy about 17% of the leasable space, whereas it will be comprising over 50% of the building signage on the site, so relief is required from that. Just to give you an idea of what's existing on the site, the 3 signs that we pointed out earlier total to about 345 square feet. The addition of the 48 square feet and the other 400 square feet from the tall building identity signs amounts to, looks like 448 square feet. So we're just under 800 square feet for the entire site in terms of signage. If we could have the next slide, please. So now we're going to go through the variation standards and hopefully give you a benchmark from which to make your own evaluation. The first standard is whether the requested variation will have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. It should be noted that adjoining properties is also defined in the ordinance as properties that share a lot line. So if there's an intervening right-of-way or alley, it's not really thought of as adjoining. We did take a look at the nearby residential buildings because we felt that we wanted to evaluate what the impacts might be from this sign, inside, the buildings that are closest and are occupied by a residential use. In general, what we have here is 3 buildings that are in close proximity: 1630 Chicago Avenue, which is the Park Evanston. It's about 200 feet from the sign at the nearest unit. It should be noted that 1630 Chicago Avenue is oriented to basically capitalize on views to the east. As a result, the west elevation is occupied by 2 units. Generally, they're bedrooms in the middle of the elevation and living rooms and dining rooms at the corners so that they can capture a view of the lake. The impact on that building is limited to really floors above 12 stories. If you're standing in your unit a couple of feet away from the glass and you look out your window, you really don't see the sign because it's some 260 feet in the air. And for the upper units, it's 200 feet away and a small object on the elevation. With respect to 807 Davis, it's about 280 feet away. Further, it's kind of inside the view corridor, but what we'll find out is that the presence of the sign in that view corridor is minimal because of the oblique angle at which it's shown. And the other building that's nearest by is 1580 Sherman, which is Optima Towers. It's about 350 feet, more than a football field away. Signage in general has little potential to have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. That's because signs don't increase traffic congestion. They don't add to noise, vibration, particulate matter, danger of fire, explosion, hours of operation, etc. Its land use impacts are minimal outside of aesthetic concerns. The only property, again, that's classified as being adjoining is Library Plaza, which is immediately to the north. It's a 7-story condo building. It has only 8 south-facing windows, and because of their height, none would actually see the sign that's 200 feet above. Again, we talked about the adjacent residential or nearby residential units. I just want to take a quick look and show you the views from 807 Davis. This is from the 23rd floor balcony. You can see very slightly the blue sign there. Again, the oblique angle at which the view corridor is influenced by this is minimal, and the impact on these units would be minimal in terms of visual impact of the signage. We also modeled another view from the far north balcony on the 23rd floor, if we can have the next slide. And you see a similar situation where here you have the combination of both distance and oblique angle, basically having a negligible effect in terms of visibility. So if we could have the, I suppose we have to talk a little bit about the, with respect to the freestanding sign on Orrington in this standard. The frontage is about 300 feet, 397 feet along Orrington, and the separation between the two signs would be about 230 feet. There's no way you could really see both signs at the same time from any perspective. So again, very negligible impact on view or sort of general welfare. So basically there's nothing from a land use perspective here that would have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. So if we could have the next slide, please. So the next standard addresses whether the requested variation would be in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. So there's really three provisions with respect to the intent and purposes of the ordinance that are relevant to signs. One, promoting the public health, safety, comfort, morals, convenience, and general welfare. We're really talking about morals and general welfare. Sign regulations exist to generally protect the public from obscene, brutal, or offensive messaging. The variations proposed are for size and location, and there's nothing offensive about the messaging of UL. Another provision is conserving and enhancing the taxable value of land and buildings throughout the city. Granting the requested variations for the proposed signage program would help burnish Evanston's reputation as a destination for corporate headquarters and help fill a significant vacancy in one of Evanston's premier office properties. And then finally, if we could have the next slide, the third intent and purpose that can be relevant to signs is prohibiting uses, buildings, or structures, which a sign is, that are incompatible with the character of established zoning districts. This is a slide we showed you before that shows the UL sign on the north elevation in the context of other building signage. And you see in terms of its scale and prominence, it's comparable and not out of place. It's also known that downtown Evanston is decidedly commercial in character, though it is a mixed-use area, and signage is a part of that character. So the inclusion of signage in here is consistent with the character of established zoning districts. If we could have the next slide, please. So now we get into the issue of hardship and whether that's peculiar to the property, something that would be generally applicable to other properties. With respect to the tall building identification sign, as we've heard, 1603 Orrington is the tallest commercial structure in downtown Evanston. It's the tallest commercial structure between Chicago and Milwaukee at 270 feet and over 300,000 square feet of rentable office space. The property was originally approved as a planned development in 1966 as a multi-building planned development on a nearly 2-acre site. 1603 Orrington is a visible object from all directions, but really only has frontage on two sides, Orrington and Davis, due to the configuration of the site plan and the size of the site. So this configuration really precludes compliance with the ordinance standard for a tall building identification sign on the north-facing elevation, which provides visibility from Northwestern University and the Metro Union Pacific North Line and the CTA Purple Line that carries in excess of 40,000 weekday passengers. Given a tenant's logo configuration, the letter size for a 100-square-foot sign, which would meet the ordinance, would only be about 42 inches, which would only have visual impact up to about 420 feet away. Considering the building height of 270 feet, the 100-square-foot limit severely reduces the effectiveness of a tall building identification sign in general on the subject property, causing a practical difficulty in complying with the letter of the ordinance. With respect to the additional freestanding sign on Orrington, as mentioned earlier, this is a large planned development with almost 400 feet of frontage on Orrington. It's, again, one of the largest development parcels in downtown Evanston. The existing freestanding sign on Orrington is located near the northernmost two-story commercial building that's remote and not visible from the main entry to 1603 Orrington building. The proposed freestanding sign is about 230 feet away from the existing sign. So it's really the size of the site, the length of Orrington, and the fact that there are multiple structures on the premises that require identification signage at the pedestrian level that create a practical difficulty in complying with the prohibition on multiple freestanding signs on Orrington. So if we could have the next slide, please. So this standard talks about whether the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience. So we already heard from the applicant owner of the property with regard to the significant reduction in leasing and of the asset due to COVID-19. result in decline in office demand and occupancy due to emerging preferences for a hybrid work environment. The vacancy rates again at 1603 Orrington over 33%, with another 30% due to come off the books in another couple of years. The potential tenant is in the process of a rebranding strategy and places a very high priority, as you heard, on being able to communicate their identity through building identification and signage. Strict application of the city's ordinance standards would prohibit a reasonable signage program as proposed and could cause UL to possibly seek office space elsewhere in a north suburban office market that might offer greater visibility via expressway frontage and more liberal sign ordinances. The loss of a potential anchor tenant, as we know, UL proposes to lease over 53,000 square feet, due to the strict application of the ordinance would result in a significant particular hardship for the owner as distinguished from a mere inconvenience. We can have the next slide, please. So this is kind of a two-pronged standard. The first is that whether the variation is based exclusively on a desire to extract more income from the property. The second recognizes that even if there is some increase in income, there should also be some public benefit associated with the granting of the variation. So the program requested in the variations aren't based on a desire to extract additional income from the property. The variations don't increase leasable or saleable area. They don't allow additional or really any dwelling units or parking spaces on the site. The applicant seeks only to provide the required level of amenity in the form of building identification signage in order to secure a large-scale corporate tenant and compete in the north suburban office market. With respect to public benefits, the securing of a major tenant in the most identifiable building in downtown Evanston will occupy over 50,000 square feet and bring up to 200 jobs to the central business district, generating significant indirect benefits to the local economy is indeed a benefit which cannot be ignored. Furthermore, the signage proposed, in particular the tall building identification signage, telegraphs the message that downtown Evanston is a desirable destination for corporate headquarters. It's important not only for the branding of UL, but also for the branding of Evanston. All of these positive impacts provide a public benefit that's listed in 6363G, which is the requirement of the ordinance, which identifies supporting business, commercial, and manufacturing development to enhance the local economy and strengthen the tax base. Next slide, please. So this is the standard where the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. In general, the practical difficulty in complying with the listed signing regulations is caused by the unusual size, bulk, scale, and configuration of the subject property, along with the office market conditions that require building identification signage for large-scale corporate tenants. Neither of these conditions were created by the applicant. And finally, the last standard, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options, and that the LUC issues a decision regarding the variation. So the applicant has explored, as has been testified to earlier, numerous sign schemes and experimenting with size, number, and placement of the tall building identification signs. The current proposed scheme represents a compromise solution that's acceptable to the proposed tenant. It's understated and reasonable, even though it requires several variations due to the size of the site, the scale of the structure, and the configuration of the existing plan. Reducing the size of the additional signage to comply with ordinance standards for area would result in signage that would be too small to be read from a distance or have any visual impact. And even then, you'd still need variations in order to put a sign on that north elevation due to the configuration of the public ways. So we can have the next slide. So, based on all of that, it's my opinion that the proposed signage program meets the standards for variation. As we've heard from Ms. Klingensmith, it's designed to comply with the illumination requirements. The applicants agreed to the conditions that have been put forth by the Design and Project Review Board and the employment and activity benefits downtown. With that, I'll turn it back to Donna. Unless there are any questions.
I was not scheduled to speak.
You
so
need to
for-
introduce yourself.
So my name is Tim Ravel. I'm the general counsel of the two organizations. And what I wanted to do, the last criteria was what do we bring to the community? And I think just, you don't have yet an introduction of what these two businesses are. The blue has research institutes. So it has a fire, safety, an energy, a chemistry, a material science, digital. We partner with universities all over the United States. We're a convener, which means one of these floors of this building will be used for meetings. So there'll be professors and PhDs from all over the U.S. coming for meetings. ULSE is what's called a standard development organization. And what they have over 1,500 technical panels that are constructed under certain standards. And they have various categories: industry, scientists, Consumer Product Safety Commission. There's a whole span of people that are on each of these technical panels. And the panels that they have go from consumer products all the way to like high-powered generators and things. So part of what UL does in the different safety paths they're in these two organizations is we're a convener, which means we have a partnership like with Northwestern. But we don't just have a partnership with Northwestern. We just received 30 applications from universities all across the United States for digital projects. So we're not going to be doing lab work here, but we're going to be bringing people to this, wherever we're headquartered. We're going to be bringing people from all over the U.S. for meetings to talk about research and paths and things. So it's not just the 200 employees. We're going to have a whole bunch of other people that are going to be coming to this headquarters all the time. And there was some reference to the board meeting. One of the first things the board raised, we're a not-for-profit organization at both levels. We have a provost from MIT on the board. He wanted to know about signage because he knows we're right in the shadow of Northwestern University. What's our signage going to be on this building? He went immediately on Google to the Chase Tower and noticed there were two little spaces already used for Northwestern's offices there. Okay, so our board is very focused on, if we're putting our headquarters here, it's a long-term commitment. They're very focused on having that circle. We're just in the middle of a brand launch that we started this year, but we want to get some traction where people see the blue circle and understand it's a research institute, a leading worldwide innovator of research for safety in areas that we may expand in. And then on the green side, a convener of technical people and industries all across the whole spectrum to make standards that are then used to test products. Okay, so I wanted to give you a little bit more detail on what these two different businesses do, so you get an idea of what kinds of things will be happening in that building. And there's going to be a whole floor dedicated to different conference spaces for people to come from all over the U.S. to meet at our headquarters. All over the world.
Could you comment on how you view moving the headquarters here will enhance your collaboration with Northwestern?
Sure. I think we felt we have a variety of academic people that want to work with us, right? But I think Northwestern was very excited about this digital CASME, it's called. It's a Center for Digital Projects, really, with them. That's on Northwestern's campus, but it's basically a structure, a hub, where UL and Northwestern put out RFPs in the digital area, and then we fund them together. And then there's a measurement of how the impact is, and then we fund other projects. So they're very excited about us coming to to Evanston. Okay, some of the people that are at other academic universities think that's great, but they also want to make sure that we don't get so centered on Northwestern in some area when we should be maybe working with academic universities on the West Coast or the East Coast. There's a lot of different.
Just briefly, just to add to that, we can't get grad students from Northwestern to our current place unless they own a car. You can't get from Lincoln Park. We had a brilliant intern this summer. He had a heck of a time figuring out his way. You can't get to Northbrook from a lot of places in Chicago. You can get to Evanston, and that's a huge. We want to have a workforce and researchers that resembles the world we live in. And, Northbrook's a wonderful place if you have a car, but if you don't, it really self-selects out a lot of the people. And we expect to have not just Northwestern, but this exchange of brains that Tim's referring to from universities all over the world. I think, we're going to follow with great interest the status of the Orrington Hotel, some of the new hotels that we've read are proposed, because we're going to need we're going to need rooms for all these people, but then we're looking for an exchange of brains, because even though we've been at this for 130 years, we don't have all the answers, and it's in these convenings. It's the person in the back of the room that's some very young PhD postdoc that says, have you considered this? That's where we find the best sort of route to solving really hard safety problems is through these convenings. So we want to convene as much, if not more so, than Rotary or American Hospital Supply. I'm not sure they're still here, but you know, we want to be a big convener within this city. Thank you.
Hopefully that, I didn't want to get too detailed. First of all, thank you for still being here tonight listening, and you know, if you have further questions, happy to provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just available for any more questions.
I think what I'm going to do is go to a citizen has signed up to comment. Okay. So I'll ask Mr. Weiss if he would like to comment. I think he is.
Been a long night. I'm Jack Weiss, 400 Main Street, Evanston. I've been a resident of Evanston since 1967, when it was the State National Bank building. I was co-author of the Evanston's original sign ordinance, and I was a 6-year member and chairman of the Sign Review and Appeals Board. In 2008, I designed the Unified Business Center sign plan for 1603 Orrington for Gollivan Company, and that plan was approved without any requests for variation. The measures that we sought so valiantly to regulate on the Sign Review Board to ensure a positive aesthetic and functional presentation of signage in our public space were severely weakened when the board was disbanded some years ago. As a result, neither Design Appearance Review Committee nor your commission are well equipped to address signage proposals, let alone complex ones such as this before you tonight. Your staff now, and I quote, acknowledges inconsistencies within the sign code that were not realized when the sign code was recently moved from building ordinance to zoning ordinance. The relationship between signage and existing zoning standards for major variations, and the lack of a codified process to institute unified business center sign plans on a larger multi-tenant properties such as this, end quote. The applicant here tonight is taking advantage of that broken link and is pursuing 7 zoning amendments, 7 zoning variations that fill a half a page on the agenda. Each of the 7 requests is excessive, and in total ask for nearly twice what is permitted. There are a lot of numbers spoken tonight. I believe I have my numbers correct, but I want to summarize those 7 zoning requests. 2 tall building signs, TBS I call them, when 1 is permitted. Each TBS 200 square feet when 100 square feet is permitted. 1 sign on a facade not parallel to a street when none are permitted. External illumination on the TBS, tall building sign, my code, when only internal illumination is permitted. 2 freestanding signs when 1 is permitted. Allow combined surface area of 795 square feet when 500 is permitted, and allow an occupant of 17% square foot area to use 56.5% surface area permitted. The applicant then requests an 8th variation that would essentially open the door for them to pursue additional variations by permitting, quote, any other zoning relief as necessary to allow the proposed signage. The first variation request is extremely troublesome and could set a bad precedent, as George Halleck points out. The current sign regulation permits tall building signs, quote, on buildings of 6 stories or greater, where the occupant between the second story and the top story is the same. If a 17% occupant is permitted to have a tall building sign, what about the next 30%, 40%, 50% occupant, as George asked? 2, 3, 4 tall building signs? There is precedent on the line tonight. The applicant begs you to approve their request because, and I quote again, the proposed signage would result in the relocation of approximately 200 employees to downtown Evanston. We've heard a lot of reasons for them being here tonight, and I ask you to think about that carefully. Consider it, because is it the number, size, illumination of these signs that will bring 200 employees to downtown Evanston? Will those employees fail to show up if you do your job and hold the line on excessive signage, on excessive variations to ensure a positive aesthetic and functional presentation of the signage in our public space? I ask you to think carefully, very carefully, about the precedent being requested tonight. The implications of your decision on this are really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Any questions for Mr. Weiss? Is there anyone else here? I don't believe so. Who wanted to speak to us this evening? Not seeing anyone. I'll ask Ms. Pugh if you have anything you'd like to say in summation before we close the record, or any of your parties.
George Kissel would like to respond to the comments.
All right, thank you.
Just a couple of small points. Anytime we're talking about variations from an ordinance, there's a variation to the letter of the ordinance, and there's a variation to the spirit of the ordinance. The prior speaker indicated that only one tall building identification sign would be permitted on the site. That's false. Tall building identification signs are allowed on each facade. There are 2 facades on this. What we're really proposing is that second sign be allowed to be located on a facade that doesn't really qualify as a facade. Also, there's an area bonus that's allowed for wall signs. This is a subset of a wall sign. The statement in 1619.93A talks about that area bonus, where an occupant's permitted sign surface area for wall signs on a facade may be increased by 20%, though not exceeding 200 square feet for an individual sign area maximum. That's about right where we're at. So in some cases, the ordinance does contemplate the 200 square foot building identification sign. We are asking for that variation with respect to proportionality. That goes to sort of the state of the art in terms of office leasing and what current expectations are for large scale office tenants. I'm sure Steve could say more about that, but I'm fairly certain he would agree that that's not something that's always been in the realm of consideration, particularly when the initial sign ordinances may have been drafted. Again, spirit of the ordinance versus letter of the ordinance. There are a lot of variations that are required or are being requested. However, I think their deviation, given some of the other provisions of the ordinance, isn't that great, such that they shouldn't be considered by this board. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberations. I will say this is our first sign since the sign ordinance has been moved over to us. So thank you so much for giving us something really interesting to work with on the first one, not let us get our feet wet on a small thing. Commissioners' general thoughts? Commissioner Halleck?
I'll go. Yeah, I have several points I'd like to make. The first one about this idea of identity with UL and Evanston. I think that's a big deal. I do understand it, and I think it will help Evanston. Hopefully, it'll help UL. I'm more concerned about Evanston, but I think it will. I think it'll give some prestige to Evanston with a very good company. I think the signage proposal is reasonable And I think that's a good standard to follow personally. And I say that because the site is very large. It's one of the largest sites in Evanston. The building is, in mass at least, I think it's one of, if not the largest, one of the largest in Evanston. So I think because of that, the building sign and the ground floor signage is appropriate. I have to comment on the logo, which I think is a great logo. I think that if you would have proposed the words along with that logo, I would have had a totally different opinion on this. But I think the logo is very handsome. It doesn't scream at you, all that. Another point which deals with this idea of the office situation in Evanston and what we should do about it, or shouldn't care about it. I think we should care about it. I think that it's a different world. Certainly, it was mentioned 2008, standards were developed in 2008. Well, 2022 is a different world. And I think since COVID, we're in a different world. And I do understand, everybody understands working from home, how that has devastated office space or changed it significantly. So I think we do have to consider that. I don't know if anybody's aware, but I was told that a recent project that we approved that is under construction, I think, on the Burger King site, and it was presented to us as a lab building. It may also have office space in it, I suppose, standard office space, but they do not have any tenants. They are building this building totally on spec, and I sure hope they get tenants, and I'm thinking UL being here, and maybe there's some synergy there that would help them also, which would be good. That's really, and as far as precedent goes, I do want to put into our statement, if we do approve this, that there shall be, well, two things. One is that if this tenant leaves, which hopefully not, but you never know, that the sign will come down. There's been buildings in Chicago where these signs are up and they don't represent the corporation that was there originally. That and also no other signs on this building. So those are my comments.
So here are my thoughts. I also would welcome certainly UL to Evanston. I think you would be wonderful partners with us. It'd be good to have you here. My concern is with the spirit of the comprehensive plan, which talks about the fact that it encourages signage that is appropriately designed and scaled to minimize adverse impact upon community aesthetics. It's a pretty broad statement, so it's a little hard to relate it exactly to the violations. But, 2022 is a different world, but this is not the least deviation from regulations. The size and the illumination of the signs are pretty big variations. And tenant signage at this level really is unprecedented in Evanston. And I think it will set a precedent, especially for more tenants perhaps at that building, but for other buildings as well. And the city needs to think about that. What does that do to the overall community feel of downtown? I think the landlord hasn't necessarily indicated any plans for reducing the existing monument signage on the premises. And frankly, I'm more concerned about those signs than I am about the signage up above on the building, which, depending on the illumination, may not necessarily be a problem. I do think keeping that signage illuminated till 11 goes a little far. I would suggest that be turned off at 10 p.m. just to make sure that the surrounding apartment buildings aren't adversely impacted by that. But again, this is a pretty big request, and it's unprecedented I think, for Evanston, and I have very, very mixed feelings about it.
I'm in favor of recommending this variance. I professionally have a background in quality and standards and certifications, so my opinion of UL as a company is extremely high. I acknowledge that this is unprecedented, and it certainly is a big ask, and it would change the feel of Evanston, but I think it would be for the better. I think this is the right kind of, the branding of UL is not, I'm not sympathetic with a lot of the submitted opposition comments about this having a corporate feel. I don't feel like the UL's brand is the same as like putting Visa up on top of this building. It's very different. It has a responsible feel, a tech feel, a professional feel, and I think that actually enhances the image of Evanston. I do think that even though the current proposal might currently be in compliance with the bird-friendly ordinance, I would want to put a condition on the recommendation that the local Evanston bird-friendly group does review the plan and give a recommendation, since they were also the authors of our current ordinance. But otherwise, I'm very excited to recommend this, and I hope we pass it.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. Commissioner Miranchov?
I will say many of the things that my colleagues already said. Mixed feelings. I would be much more happier if you asked us for a single signage of this size. I'm speaking about the tall building signage later on. I'll go for the ones on the ground. So once again, I would be much happier if you ask for only one, because then would be much closer to the text of the ordinance. You will eliminate, I believe, 3 of the variances if you ask for a single sign on the parallel to the street facade. Anyway, you're asking something different. I would say I'm inclined to let this go just because your signage is only your logo. As Commissioner Halleck mentioned, if you asked for the text on the signage, I would be against that. And I would be against any proposal for tall signage that has text. This is not for Evanston. We are very careful about our signage ordinance. Very careful because we are afraid of getting too commercial appearance of our downtown and our city. So once again, mixed feelings. I don't like the fact that we're kind of going around the ordinance, but the fact that you are proposing a simple logo, and it's a good logo, and you're a reputable company. I work with you almost on a daily basis, of course, only online. But that's what we do when we design buildings. So on the ground, I think that you can go with a little bit not so tall signs, because I believe you're proposing 6 feet high, if I'm not mistaken. These are signages that are a little bit objection to view. Maybe just a little bit shorter, I mean height-wise, would be better. But these are recommendations and wishes. Otherwise, once again, a kind of a difficult decision on my side, but I would support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lindwall?
Sure. I think that the requested variations are reasonable. Again, I'm concerned about precedent, and I agree with Commissioner Halleck that there's got to be provision that if the tenant leaves Evanston, we hope you don't, but that the signs be removed, because I think that's really important condition. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Sure. I concur in saying that I think that this is a reasonable request. And I do agree that there shall be no other tall building signs for other tenants now or future, and that this sign should, shall come down if you all ever decides to move on from Evanston. I also agree that the logo without the word mark next to it is this far superior design for putting on, near the top of the building. As far as some of the concerns raised about kind of the commercial look of it, I had asked a question about the coloration of the logos, because I'm struggling to think of an example to throw out to everybody. But in some communities, having signage be of a uniform color, I'm thinking of some corporate signage in some communities that all the signage has to be white. Like if it's an illuminated sign at the top of a building, and that kind of, I guess, aesthetically dials down the commercial look of the logo on the signage, but that's not a deal breaker for me. So I do intend to support this.
I'll just say a couple things before I go through the standards. Number one, I've heard lots of discussion about precedent and concerns about that. My feelings are, when we have another 280-foot tall building and somebody comes to us with signs, the precedent's been set. But until we have another 280-foot building with signs coming to it, we don't have to worry much about precedent. Also, I would say that in looking at this, just a general comment, Evanston has a tall building sign. Evanston doesn't really have tall buildings, too many of them. So, it's what do we define as a tall building in Evanston? And I would say some people in this town define it as anything over 3 stories. But I think when we're looking at the tallest building that we have in town, and think about how far removed a pedestrian is from that sign, placing small signs up there almost becomes comical, because they really lose their impact overall. And as someone who works in branding, I totally understand the desire to have a building branded. That's why we now don't go to Comiskey Park anymore. And I think, I don't even know what it is these days because it's changed so many times. But that even dates back to Wrigley Field. So with that, I will go through the standards. We do have 7 of them that must be met. The first one being the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. We have heard testimony that the nearest properties are about 200 feet to 380 feet away. I think that we've also heard testimony about the ability to dim the lights and play with their brightness. The fact that the foot candle luminescence of the signs stays well below what we require. And the fact that these are, again, removed from and even to some level the backlighting of the sign versus an internal illumination, which I think would probably create a much brighter sign. That this standard has been met and it will not adversely impact those properties. The requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. We expect businesses to be able to put reasonable signage on their properties. It should be scaled to fit. With this being the tallest building in Evanston and the distance that one is removed from the signage, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, it seems kind of fitting to have a slightly larger sign on the largest building in town. So I believe that standard is met. Number 3, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. Once again, I'll repeat, this is Evanston's tallest building. That there are a number of signs already in place, because part of what we've experienced through the pandemic is that our tallest buildings are probably going to have more tenants in them. And tenants want signage, or not paying attention to this particular tenant, but tenants do want signage on their building that can be read as pedestrians go by, as cars go by. So as we have tall buildings with multiple tenants, I think we have to be flexible enough to adapt to allowing those properties to advertise their tenants in those spaces. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were carried out. I'm going to say that to this one, really, the one thing that I think we kind of haven't really talked to on this is we're really talking about two businesses that are sharing a space. These are two aspects. They both are underwriters' laboratories, but they really are two separate businesses that are operating within the same space. So I think we have to be flexible with that. I also think that the inability to have a sign on the north side of the building does seem a little odd on this particular property. I think when the ordinance was written to include facades, it was to keep signage out of alleys, out of somewhere on the side of a building that's going directly into the building next door. And I don't think that this building does that. So I think that this standard is met. Number 5, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property. I think it's based on a desire to extract income. I don't think it's additional income. I think it's income. We've heard testimony that rental spaces in Evanston for office spaces have really greatly increased in number because of reduction of people seeking that space. I also think that by bringing in a large business, I think I heard 200 people was roughly the number that was thrown out there, that does bring additional dollars into the city of Evanston. It brings people who will be eating lunch, people who will be stopping at grocery stores on their way home, people who will be engaged within, going down the street to Northlight Theater after work for something. So I think that this standard is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. This building dates back to the 1960s. I don't remember off the top of my head if the current owner was an original owner or not, but regardless of which, the intervening 50, 60 years, I would say that the person who's applying in this particular case has not created this situation. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among feasible options identified. This is always one of those little tricky things, because what is the minimum necessary? I will say that when I was evaluating this, by saying that the signs are 200 square feet, I think is a little bit of a misleading statement. It's a circle. You are all probably much better at STEM than I am. I was an English major. But I calculate that to actually be about 140 square feet when you take the circle into account. And in terms of the signs down on the monument signs on the street, that definitely, is a place where you want to be able to draw in traffic. And again, going back to the fact that we already have several monument signs here, asking people who are in the building to give up their space so that a new tenant can move in seems a little odd to me. So those are my findings of fact. Is everyone in agreement?
I would disagree on number 7.
All right, thank you. There were some conditions that were discussed. The ones I have written down are that it be reviewed by Bird Friendly Evanston so that they can evaluate anything that's being done with lighting, timing, turning on, off, those sorts of things, that they do be dimmable as well, that if the tenant were to leave the property, that the signs would come down, and that no additional tall building signs be permitted for this particular property. Were there other conditions?
The 3 DAPR conditions?
3 DAPR conditions, which were, Do you have those up in front of you by any chance?
Yeah, I do. The tall building they should have dimmer switches to allow the illumination to be adjusted. The tall building signs must be turned off at 11 p.m., although I think there was some question about whether it should be earlier.
I mean, I think
I'm good with 11.
I'm fine with 11.
Okay. And then that the applicant must use a third-party service to certify the mounting and installation.
I think
Because we certainly don't want it falling off in a windstorm.
Point of clarification, Chair and Commissioners, at what point would you prefer that the applicant have Bird Friendly Evanston look at the plans? Is this something you'd like for them to have commented on prior to Planning and Development Committee and City Council, or is this something you would like for them to do, assuming this were to be approved during the actual sign permitting phase?
I leave that up to staff.
I would recommend that it is done prior to permit issuance.
That would make the most sense. All right.
Thank you.
So with that, is there a motion to be made? Again, reminding everyone we are a recommending body in this case.
Sure, I'll go for it if my voice holds out. Motion is for the Land Use Commission to recommend approval of the requested zoning relief to allow 3 permanent signs on the property located at 1603 Orrington Avenue in the D3 Downtown Core District with 6 conditions. The 3 suggested by staff, that the tall building identification sign should include dimmer switches to allow the illumination to be adjusted. The tall building identification signs must be turned off at 11 p.m. daily. The applicant must use a third-party service to certify mounting and installation is consistent with the approved plans. That the signs be removed if the tenant leaves. That no additional tall building signs be allowed on this building. And number 6, that Bird Friendly Evanston review and provide recommendations on the proposed tall building signs prior to issuance of building permits.
It has been moved by Commissioner Lindwall. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Halleck. Any further discussion? Hearing none, would you please call a roll call vote?
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Miranchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktell?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
No.
Chair Rogers?
Yes. With a vote of 6-1, the motion carries, and it will move forward to City Council's Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation for approval. And city staff will work with you on exactly when you'll be appearing before council and let you know how to coordinate your review with Bird Friendly Evanston when that time comes.
Just to clarify, this is set for the Planning and Development Committee on November 14th.
All right. So we already have you on the schedule for that. With that, we have concluded the business we had. Is there any communication from the staff?
Given the discussion that was just had about signage, does the commission recommend a referral to revise anything within our sign code that is now in our zoning ordinance, or are commissioners comfortable with the way regulations are and standards are?
My personal preference would be that we have at least 1 or 2 more signs come our way. I think this one was a difficult one to start with, so that we can kind of see what the issues are and then create a decision based on that, whether things need to be adapted. I think, though, that this is a very unique situation for us to be addressing.
Okay, thank you.
Reminder to everyone that we will be having a special meeting. We will not be meeting on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, but we'll be meeting the week after that to address the special use for the Margarita Inn. Anything?
About that?
Yeah.
So I'm hearing in the news that there has not been an agreement between the neighbors and the and the Connections for the Homeless. And I just question why we would be reviewing this if that hasn't happened yet, if there hasn't been an agreement.
We have an active application for a special use, so it must proceed through the process. Besides that, while the applicant is working on a good neighbor agreement, that is not an absolute requirement. It could be made a requirement as a condition in the special use, and it could be a requirement that it needs to be in place by X date. But there are ultimately 3 different mechanisms for regulations for the proposed facility. The special use is just one of those mechanisms, so that does need to proceed on.
I see. Okay. But that's probably what's going to happen, I think, that we'll recommend with, I'm guessing.
My guess will be there will be several conditions placed on it. That will not just be a blanket recommendation. Anything else from staff?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I will note that if there is a motion to adjourn, I will happily entertain such.
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second.
I think everyone has moved to adjourn. I will also note that it is after 11 and we end our meetings at 11, so.
It is 11:13.
Thank you, everyone.